Chapter 950. In Shuiyun City, Yun Nuoxing and Little Purple Soul wandered aimlessly on the street. They looked at the crowd on the street, and the crowd looked at them with interest. They could not help but praise them in their hearts. What a beautiful little girl! Yun Nuoxing could feel their thoughts through her eyes. Yun Nuoxing could not help but sigh. However, since no one came forward to disturb them, he could not be bothered to make a fuss about it. The streets were as lively as ever. The hawking words of the stalls were more or less the same. He had heard similar words more than once in other places. The shops on the street were similar as well. Occasionally, he would find something that was similar to the city's specialty, but it was rare to see it. When they passed by some small schools or rich families, they could hear childish shouts through the walls. There were faint collisions of energy, and there were also slightly more mature voices. However, they were all young teenagers. They were the younger generation of the current generation. The gap between the generations was quite large. Yun Nuoxing estimated that when Xian and the others had all become ultimate gods or divine kings, the newborn children would be the next generation. There was still a long way to go before that day. Shuiyun City was a large city. Yun Nuoxing and Little Purple Soul wandered around for a long time, but they had only explored a small area. They ate, drank, and played on the streets with the little girl. It was quite relaxing. However, there were fewer rowdy voices around them. Originally, this was the responsibility of Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Chu Yingzhen. The sudden absence of a large group of noisy people made Yun Nuoxing feel quite uncomfortable. Perhaps they were used to it. Brother, is it okay for us to come out and play like this? Sister Xian and the others are still cultivating. Little Purple Soul held the candied hawthorn in her right hand and held Yun Nuoxing's hand with her left. She blinked her big gem-like eyes and said, "Yes, no problem." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. A strand of the divine pattern tree has extended to their bodies. I can sense their condition here at all times. Everything is fine. They have already completed the transformation of their bodies, which is much faster than I expected. Right now, they are using the divine pattern tree and the mysterious world to refine the divine level Xian techniques that they learned a while ago. This might take some time, as divine level Xian techniques are not that easy to cultivate. Moreover, Xian, Ming, Bing Er, Yuan Shi, and Nightmare have all chosen divine level Xian techniques based on their senses. Those 5 will be a little difficult, but they are not in a hurry to cultivate. Will they be very powerful if they learn it? Little Purple Soul asked curiously. Of course. Xian techniques and Xian techniques directly determine a person's strength in the same realm. Xian and the others are cultivating the best Xian techniques in this world, which originated from the ancient age when the laws were perfected. Compared to people of the same generation in this era, they are much more advanced. Yun Nuoxing squatted down and rubbed her cheeks with a smile. Little Purple Soul mumbled for a while, then rolled her eyes and pinched her brother's nose with her free hand. She giggled. Although the little girl didn't quite understand what her brother meant, in her heart, her brother was always the most powerful. She didn't care about anything else, and she didn't care about what Yun Nuoxing said. She just knew that he was very powerful. The brother and sister wandered around the city for a while. Yun Nuoxing took the time to open the treasure map and looked at it. There were 2 pillars of creation in the wilderness, which was quite a distance away from Water Cloud City. However, with his speed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to go back and forth in 2 days. He planned to solve them first. There was no point in waiting. However, he wasn't in a serious state of cultivation right now, so his cultivation speed was only comparable to an ordinary person's. If he used a large amount of energy, his cultivation speed might be even slower. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to slow down his cultivation speed. Thinking of this, he nodded. He bent down and hugged Little Purple Soul into his arms, placing her on his shoulder. Then, with a flash of his body, a magical formation appeared, and he disappeared from the street in an instant, giving the innocent bystanders a fright. Little Purple Soul appeared in midair in a flash. She raised her hand excitedly and hugged Yun Nuoxing's head tightly with her other hand. She asked excitedly, "Brother, brother, where are we going?" "We're going to solve some difficult diseases that have been accumulating over the years." Yun Nuoxing patted her dangling feet and said, "Hold on tight." Then, 6 wings shot out from his back and expanded to 10 feet in size. His whole body was filled with a brilliant golden light, dyeing him like a small sun. He could even vaguely hear Little Purple Soul's excited and tender cries. In an instant, the two of them turned into extremely brilliant rays of light, shooting across the sky at an unobservable speed. With Yun Nuoxing's current strength, his speed could already exceed the speed of light, and could even reach several times that. If he was used against an enemy, he might die before the enemy could even react. However, it was very rare for a wielder of the light element to unleash such extreme speed when facing an enemy. There was no other reason other than that the wielder of the light element might not be able to see the enemy's movements clearly at that speed. Even if the wielder of the light element used it for a sneak attack or assassination, they would only use the speed of light with the thought of putting all their eggs in one basket. At such a speed, no matter how strong one's battle instincts were, it would be impossible to dodge. It was only because the light element was too powerful that it was arbitrated by the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would there be so few wielder of the light element in this world? In the yin-yang sky, Yun Nuoxing could sense that everyone was in good condition with the help of the divine pattern tree. He could also sense that there were some abnormalities here, but there were no negative effects, so he ignored them and did not look carefully at what was happening here. At this time, at the top of the yin-yang sky, 8 barriers covered the sky and the sun, completely isolating this place from the outside world as if it had formed a world of its own. However, the energy from the outside world was gathering inside like a huge whirlpool. Inside the energy barriers, the energy was so dense that it condensed into water droplet. There were even some crystals in the denser places. When they fell to the ground, they jingled like pearls falling on a jade plate. The divine pattern tree took root in the ground and stood still, releasing a violent suction force like a black hole, constantly sucking in the energy from the outside world. In front of the divine pattern tree, there were many auras, some with fairy auras, some with wild auras, and some with monstrous demonic auras. There were even vast phenomena such as moonlight soaring into the sky and holy angels descending. These phenomena were only embryonic forms, but they had already produced extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, rapidly consuming the energy of this world. Cultivating this kind of mysterious technique seemed to consume a lot of energy. Even the energy condensed in this world could only be maintained to the minimum level to prevent the 9 people from interrupting their cultivation. It was hard to imagine what kind of cultivation environment would allow them to cultivate once they reached the great success stage. Dozens of imprints appeared on Yuan Shi's body, like the starry sky and the sun. There were also many figures. It was as if all the gods and demons had descended together and turned into one body, encircling him. He was like a god overlooking the world. His extremely fierce aura was like a wild hurricane that had been condensed for countless eras. At this moment, it was released, causing the space to constantly tremble. Even though the space here was stable, it showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, the divine body of the Yuan family really had a great majesty. It looked disdainfully and looked down on the world. It was as if it had broken away from the category of the human race and become a god, or an ancient god. Xian's long hair fluttered in the wind, and her fairy chi filled the air, making her look as ethereal as a banished immortal. Her pretty face glowed with red light and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her temperament was close to that of a fairy, and those who looked at her could not help but want to kneel before her. The majestic fairy chi came from her soul, and she was constantly changing herself, making her body evolve toward perfection. The fairy chi made the surrounding ground glow with vitality, and the air was filled with an aura that made people feel full of vitality. She had directly influenced and changed the terrain of this place, and for a long time, she could even make things like fairies grow in this place. The incomplete five elements body, even without the origin, had reached the level of small success. The people sitting beside her even faintly felt that the five elements were somewhat unstable and out of control. She was only at the small success level, and she was already so powerful. When the origin was restored, perhaps she could really move the five elements in the world with a single thought. Ming's silver-white hair danced wildly, and the brilliant golden light shone through her eyelids into the space. It was like beams of divine light that were tens of thousands of feet long. It was very hot. Her holy and beautiful face was filled with determination. She was originally a human, but she had been promoted to an angel, the representative of the most holy of gods. Her holiness was even purer than Yun Nuashing. She was the light, and at this moment she was as brilliant as the sun. A huge golden halo appeared behind her, and in the void there seemed to be hymns playing continuously. It had penetrated the obstruction of time and descended here. It was incomparably holy and peaceful. Her elements had been replaced with more powerful holy flames, and she was filled with the will to fight. This was a change she had made after the incident in the five elements realm. After many transformations, she seemed to be very complete, and the soaring will to fight made the heavens and the earth pale in comparison. Beside Nightmare, endless devil chi surged violently, surging into the sky like an upside-down waterfall. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled beside him, as if there were ghosts and gods howling, demons roaring, and gods weeping blood. The scene was very shocking, as if all the darkness in the world was gathering here for his use. He wanted to devour the entire world, and even the light here became quite dim. The devil chi on his body became even more turbulent. He was the only one whose devil chi did not transform into divine essence. Instead, it was replaced by an even more powerful demonic aura. This devil chi was not inferior to the orthodox devil chi of the Devil Clan. At this moment, it was extremely sharp, and contained a different flavor in the devil chi, as if he was a demon god. They were all outstanding people. Whether it was Xian, Yuan Shi, or the others, they were all supreme existences among the younger generation. They had the potential and the strength. However, Yun Nuashing had always been in front of them. Even if he did not release his light, most of their light was obscured, and they did not have the opportunity to shine. Moreover, they also knew that the path they had chosen should not be limited to this. The so-called genius of the younger generation, the supreme of the younger generation, were too insignificant. They had decided to follow him many years ago. Now that they knew his mysteriousness, his past, the challenges he faced, and everything he carried, if they wanted to follow behind that idiot, they had to look at more than their current achievements. To him, this was not the starting point. This was just revisiting his starting point, which was high up in the clouds. If they wanted to follow him, they could only grit their teeth and work hard. Once they had made a decision, they would not hesitate no matter how difficult or dangerous it was. Compared to a goal, Yun Nuashing was more like a ray of light in everyone's hearts. It was reflected in their souls and hearts, constantly spurring them on. In a short 3 to 4 days of cultivation, Little Moon and Ewer, who had just advanced to the demigod level, showed signs of wavering again. It seemed that they would be able to advance to the beginner god level soon. After Yun Nuashing's transformation, their talents would not be weak. Moreover, the influence of the god's runes on them had not ended. They would be able to rush to the beginner god level in a short period of time. The initial god realm was a hurdle, an extremely difficult hurdle. It was one of the most difficult hurdles in a person's life. It would block the path of countless geniuses. What heaven's proud sons of heaven, the child of heaven, the child of the world. There were many who were blocked at this hurdle. Once they were blocked, there would be no heaven's proud sons of heaven to speak of. The second hurdle was the beginner god level. However, this first hurdle had yun nuashing, so to everyone, it was not as difficult as it was for others. Even the second hurdle might be much easier, as long as that day came. These were two extremely large watersheds. Geniuses who had been blessed by the heavens might not be able to cross over if they exploded too quickly. Those who rose to the top later could also cross over. There were many people who were late bloomers. Their journey to the beginner god level might be smooth all the way. This step was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. It was the biggest nirvana rebirth in a cultivator's life. This was also the reason why godly experts were high up and could look down on others. Of course, yun nuashing was not in this category. Other than that, even if one was at the peak of the demigod level, even if there was only 1,000th of a foot that had not crossed over, they were still inferior and were not on the same level. At the level of Xian and the others, the advancement of small realms was no longer important. The first reason was because of the seal. The second reason was that in the beginner god level, many methods to increase one's strength were open to them, such as the transformation of elements and willpower, the direction of the use of the spirit, and in addition to major in strength, there were many times when they could minor in other areas. These were all changes brought about by the first reason. Any beginner god expert who had some plans for the future would focus on the problem of combat power. How to achieve perfection in this realm, how to become the strongest, so that they could become invincible among the younger generation. This was the most important thing. Everyone would be under the seal. The advancement of realms required time and effort. This was something that would not be considered unless there was a special method. Yun nuashing could continuously remove the seal on them, but she did not remove it all at once. Instead, she let them train themselves. This was also the reason that although their realms had increased, there was still room for improvement in their combat power. As a result, their realms were not perfect, and there would inevitably be gaps in their realms in the future. Not far away, Bing Er looked up to the sky and shouted. Her blue-golden hair swayed, and thousands of ice crystals appeared in the air. Then, they gradually solidified. Even the violent energy whirlwind was frozen in the ice crystals. Then, it gradually expanded. The cold aura caused the temperature of the area to drop again and again. The cold power that she had mastered was already able to freeze the space. Rumble! The sudden rumble of thunder shocked everyone. They quickly opened their eyes and saw Qin Yen rushing up to the sky. The surrounding array continued to expand until it covered the entire sky. Qin Yen rushed up to the sky to fight against the heavenly tribulation. Her cultivation seemed to have crossed a small threshold. Everyone was not surprised that a heavenly tribulation would appear for a mystic technique of this level. However, the heavenly tribulation made everyone a little shocked. Ordinary lightning tribulation superimposed on elemental tribulation, flame riot, earth splashing, void disturbance, is that chaos element or darkness element? The appearance of darkness element or chaos element made everyone's expression change slightly. They couldn't help but focus their attention on it. They were prepared to suppress their cultivation and save someone. There was no other way. The shock and fear that this kind of power brought to them was deeply imprinted in their hearts. How could they not be surprised when they saw the heaven and earth law projecting darkness element or chaos element? Fortunately, Qin Yen had withstood the tribulation. She was tossed back and forth by several types of heavenly tribulations in the sky, and it was only after a while that she landed in a sorry state. Her body was covered in a strange aura, and she hurriedly entered a state of cultivation to heal her injuries. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was fine. The crystallized Yang essence and Yin essence gave the energy they cultivated a wonderful aura. When they operated it, it had a very wonderful effect in their bodies, which surprised them quite a bit. Moreover, after it was integrated into their souls, it made their souls more transparent and pure. When they breathed out, there was mysterious yang qi and mysterious yin qi, which was much more powerful than the blazing yang qi of the Emperor of War of Kuan Yuan that day. In these 3 or 4 days, a lot of things happened in the yin-yang world, such as the opening of some trial grounds. As people continued to pass through them, they were discovered. Those trial grounds, similar to the platform where Yun Nuoshing and the others were on, had many opportunities waiting for them to discover. Among them, the positions of Shao Yin and Shao Yin had always been coveted by people. There were the densest yin and yang energy there, but the danger was also one of the highest. Many people had special means to go deep into the energy tide, but before they could get close to the position of the 2 eyes, the energy barrier kept collapsing as if it was burning. The energy there was already unimaginably powerful. Except for those 2 places, many people went deep into the other places of the energy tide and took the risk to temper themselves. While Xian and the others were concentrating on their cultivation, they suddenly heard the roar of a divine weapon coming from outside, causing the 2 kinds of energy in heaven and earth to surge and become extremely violent. With a wail, a loud sound of metal breaking spread throughout the yin-yang world. A huge amount of energy exploded in the sky, which shocked them all. A divine weapon has exploded. Nightmare's expression was solemn. They were all awakened by the explosion of energy. Could it be that someone wants to go deep into the position of the eye with a divine weapon? Everyone pondered and was a little curious, but Yun Nuoshing was not here at this time. It would be very dangerous to leave the energy barrier, so they could only suppress their curiosity and continue to cultivate. Boom! Another day or 2 passed, and this time, an even more intense explosion resounded through the clouds. The energy was even stronger and even more vast, but no one was startled awake. They had all entered a rather miraculous state that could greatly increase the speed of their cultivation of divine-grade profound arts. Only Ho Ming, who was pondering over divine power, suddenly opened his eyes. Ming Ming woke up from his stupor. Turning his head, he saw dazzling energy fireworks exploding behind the many dazzling barriers. However, they were still some distance away from them. However, compared to the previous explosion, the commotion was much greater and closer. Through the barrier, the outside world could not see the situation inside, but the inside could see the situation outside. There seemed to be many people holding weapons and staggering in the energy tide, constantly approaching. This place was close to Shaoyang, but it was still some distance away. However, the momentum of that group of people did not seem to be heading toward Shaoyang. Chapter 951. Ming did not pay attention to the changes in the outside world for too long. Soon, she retracted her attention from the outside world and looked at the others who were cultivating well. After a while, she nodded. There was an indestructible mark between her and Yun Nuoshing. She could sense that he was not by her side at this time. He had gone to a place far away, speeding across the sky at the speed of light. Since he was not around, she volunteered to look after everyone. Cultivating was not completely immersed in it. Holy Spirit divine technique, Ming murmured. Yun Nuoshing knew what level of mystical technique they had chosen, but he did not know what they had chosen. Naturally, he did not know that Ming would choose the most difficult divine technique to cultivate, and it was a divine technique of this level. However, he had reminded them in advance, so naturally, he would not dissuade them. Cultivating with difficulty would naturally give them benefits equivalent to the difficulty. They said that they could overcome this difficulty, so Yun Nuoshing naturally believed them and allowed them to make their own choices. He only needed to support them from behind. What is the power of the heart? It doesn't seem like the power of will. What is the heart-soul statue? The power of the world? It is not the power of the origin of the world, nor is it the power of the origin. There is also the power of the primordial realm. At this time, Ming was very conflicted. She had learned some divine techniques that were not at her level in advance. Just by deciphering the information, she could not understand most of it. There was a lot of information contained in it. Some of it could only be accessed by high-level gods, and some of it could only be accessed by those who had reached the level of God. She could only choose to cultivate the parts that she knew, but even so, she had benefited a lot. Leaving aside the parts that could only be understood by gods, those were already taboos. Gods who had not reached the level of God were not allowed to pry into them. She also did not dare to cultivate those casually, as it might lead to death. That was the domain of gods. Ordinary people, even high-level gods, could only retreat. With a stomach full of questions, Ming gradually calmed her mind and entered a deep state of cultivation again. The place became quiet again. At this time, in Enyang's sky, groups of people were sweeping across the land like a carpet search, leaving behind a mess wherever they passed. This was not a safe area, not an area sealed by energy, but a large area of energy tides. Many people in Enyang's sky gathered in the area of energy tides at this time, digging 3 feet into the ground, climbing over mountains and ridges, and even uprooting whole forests in the forest, revealing bare land as if they were looking for something, and they were looking for something in groups, making this area a mess. How is it? Did you find it? A group of divine princes gathered from all directions. They looked at each other and said, I haven't seen them. The latest news says that they are heading north. We are already so deep into the energy tide. If we stay any longer, the burden on the energy barrier will be too great. I'm afraid that it won't be able to hold on. One of them shook his head and said, Damn it, could it be that he ran over to the moon? Big brother, what is that thing? The gloomy divine master frowned and glared at him fiercely. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. We just need to search. The young supreme master of this generation is looking for that thing. If he finds it, he will be rewarded. It's a saint-grade mystic technique. Their eyes flickered slightly. A saint-grade mystic technique was something that only big forces could have. If they could get one, how many years would they have to work less? Boom. There was a violent energy explosion in the distance, causing everyone to turn around and see a vast amount of energy surging at the end of their line of sight. The ultimate God expert's expression changed. The energy from a mid-grade divine artifact is over there. Chase. The few of them bellowed. With the words saint rank profound art, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their flying speed increased by a large amount. In a flash, they disappeared from their original location and appeared in the sky a few thousand meters away. As they left, the small hill that was filled with desolation also became calm. There were still very wild and violent energy surging in the distance, but it did not affect this place. After this calm continued for a few minutes, the huge trees that were stacked together on the ground suddenly wriggled gently. Soon after, a round white ball was forcefully squeezed out from the pile of remains of the huge trees, and there seemed to be a poochie sound. That round white ball had 2 big cat ears. Its 4 little legs were so short that only the soles of its feet could be seen. At the front of its cat ears, there were 2 small eyes that were only the size of a little thumb. The sclera of its eyes was very small, and its eyeballs were rolling around. It was very intelligent. Below its eyes was a small mouth. There was also a tail that was much longer than its body. It looked like a cat's tail, but at the tip of its tail, there was a flower that seemed to be connected together. This round little creature looked like a flat ball. Excluding its tail, it was a little shorter than a foot. Its fur was dirty because it had been hiding in the wreckage for a long time. At this moment, this round white ball was standing on the pile of remains of the huge trees. Seeing those people go far away, it shook its body in a human-like manner and let out a sigh of relief. However, when it thought of its sorry appearance when it was chased to the heavens and the earth, its 2 cat ears drooped down. The fur around its ears also drooped down. It was a little listless, and the tail behind it also drooped down powerlessly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a loud sound of wind breaking came from the horizon. It startled this little creature so much that its fur stood up. Its ears and tail were also raised to the sky. Its two little eyes looked nervously in the direction of the sound of wind breaking. Then, as if it was frightened, it let out a mournful cry. Its 4 little feet hurriedly stepped on the huge tree, and like a white cannonball, it quickly shot into the distance. Found it! That round white thing! Inform the first-generation Spirit Emperor, it's in this direction. Following the sound of wind breaking, a large group of people appeared. There were about 60 to 70 of them. Each and every one of them had a majestic aura, and they held astonishing weapons in their hands. When they saw that little white creature, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes shone, and they completely treated it as a moving saint-rank profound technique. They shouted the slogan of ghosts and monsters and rushed down. The weapons in their hands were wildly bombarding the ground below without any hesitation. Wherever that white light went, the heaven and earth would overturn. Some people did not hesitate to suffer the backlash of the energy of this heaven and earth, and still wanted to use their powerful divine tools in order to keep that white small beast. They almost flipped the earth over from the bombardment. In a distant place, there was an ocean-like lake, mountain range, and grassland. This place was as tranquil as a fairyland. A black metal pillar was erected above the sea, and it reached straight to the horizon. Countless brilliant and mysterious golden runes covered this black pillar. Following a light sound from the runes, the pillar suddenly brightened and dimmed in an instant. It also announced that they had achieved their goal this time. Phew, it's done, it's done. Now we are only missing the 2 from overturned Sea City and Azure Emperor City. Yun Nuoshing heaved a long sigh of relief. His figure swayed, and he directly rushed to the grassland. He sat down and conveniently lay down. Little Purple Soul nimbly jumped away from his shoulder. After he lay down, Little Purple Soul crawled to his side and poked his face with its little finger. Without the divine imprints of the divine body, Yun Nuoshing only felt that he had used too much energy recently. Even if he recovered, he still felt a little tired. It was more accurate to say that he was tired because he had recovered too many times. The fatigue came from his soul and spirit. If he had the divine imprints, this degree of exhaustion would not make him feel tired. The soft grassland, the sky was not glaring, and the wind in the distance was slightly cool. It made him feel very comfortable. Tiredness rushed to his head in an instant. Looking at this scenery, it was better to sleep for a while. This pillar is so far away. Little Purple Soul poked Yun Nuoshing's face for a while before turning around and sitting down. She lifted her head and opened her little mouth to look at the huge black pillar that was filled with golden runes. The 2 pillars of creation that were originally located in the wilderness had already been fixed up by Yun Nuoshing. After thinking for a while, he felt that there was still some time left. Thus, he decided to search for the pillars of creation in his memory to see if he could find the pillar of creation that he had forgotten. In the end, he spent more than 2 days of effort, traversing through numerous cities and walking through more than 10 pillars of creation. Finally, he was lucky enough to stumble into this place and found the correct pillar of creation. If it was really as he expected, there were only 9 pillars that were connected to this grand protective formation. That meant that there were only 2 pillars left. They were located in the covered Sea City and the Azure Emperor City. Little Purple Soul sat for a while before getting up restlessly. She stretched out her little finger to tease Yun Nuoshing while giggling uncontrollably. "Stop fooling around." Yun Nuoshing wrinkled his nose and closed his eyes to remove that naughty little finger. He then turned around and hugged Little Purple Soul into his arms. He rubbed his face against her soft little face and hugged her like a pillow. He said drowsily, "I'll just rest for a while. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Little Purple Soul smiled bitterly. She couldn't break free from her brother's embrace. Moreover, he had closed his eyes. It was useless to act cute and pitiful now. Her little stomach growled. However, when she saw that Yun Nuashing seemed to be very tired, Little Purple Soul didn't fool around anymore. After thinking for a while, she decided to close her eyes and sleep. The brother and sister lay together peacefully, snoring softly. There was no sound of wind around them. The place where the pillar of creation was located was absolutely safe. They didn't have to worry about anything. After a long time, the sun outside started to doze off and the sky started to turn yellow. They hugged each other and slept for half a day. This situation continued for a while. When the sky gradually darkened, Yun Nuashing, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Under the star pearl between his eyebrows, a mark exploded with light. His eyes lit up and he sat up. Little Purple Soul suddenly felt her body lift up. She instinctively hugged Yun Nuashing's arm tightly and wiped the saliva at the corner of her mouth on his sleeve. She quickly opened her eyes and asked, "Brother? Brother? Brother? What's wrong?" Seeing the saliva stain on his sleeve, Yun Nuashing's face darkened. He hurriedly took out a towel to wipe it, then wiped the corner of Little Purple Soul's mouth clean. Only then did he say in a low voice, "My spirit barrier is under attack." Little Purple Soul exclaimed, then Sister Xian and the others. Yun Nuashing shook his head with a strange look. "It doesn't look like it was attacked. There was no follow-up attack feedback to me. Could it be a test? I think it was more like a stray bullet that brushed past the edge of the barrier. It was not a direct impact. Something seems to have happened in the Yin-Yang world, and it's going to affect that area. It's strange. It's difficult for even high-level gods to enter the place where the energy tide is. There aren't any high-level gods who went in this time, right?" Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Other than that strange woman he had seen on the platform at the top of the mountain, there was no one else. Could it be that there had been a change in the energy tide? However, as he thought of Gu Xianling and the other person, he suddenly understood. Some forces had explored the Yin-Yang world many times. Naturally, they had some unique ways to go deep into the energy tide at the lowest cost. The siblings were an example. They just went deep and could not do anything with the energy there. Naturally, they could not use it to refine their bodies. So he was very curious that someone had broken into that place. "Let's go back first. We've rested for a while." After hesitating for a moment, Yun Nuashing sighed. He stood up and stretched. Then he picked up Little Purple Soul, who was looking up at him and wanted to hug him, and put him on his shoulder. Then he tapped the ground with his feet and jumped backward. After a while, he touched the edge of the entrance and left the place. Quickly skimming into the sky, Yun Nuashing opened the treasure map and checked the direction. After a moment, he turned around. The light elements surged to the limit, and the power of space also surged. Then with a boom, a gap was blasted open in space. He rushed straight in, intending to use the speed of light to fly through the void quickly. The distance would be shortened a lot. "Xian, girl, Bing Air, answer me." Yun Nuashing found the soul seeds of these people in his mind. He tried to call them, but he did not hear any sound. He could only feel that they were still in good condition. He could not help but smack his lip. "TSK, have they entered a deep state of cultivation? No wonder. With that array, it's easy to enter a deep state of cultivation. Is there anyone still alive? If you're still alive, say something." He did not give up and shouted again. In the end, no one answered. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. Behind him, 6 wings shot out and his speed increased several times. Now, he could only hurry back. However, the distance was a little far. Even if he hurried in the void with the help of the space array and the superluminal speed, it would take a long time to return. He had gone too far this time. "I hope they're all right." Yun Nua Planet once said, "Life doesn't go as you wish. Every day there will be misfortunes." Yun Nua Planet once said, "Misfortunes happen every day." At this moment, no one knew whether someone's luck had reached its limit or if 1/10 of Yun Nua Planet's luck had slightly fluctuated. The movement caused was like a shiver in the immortal realm. As a result, the immortal realm started to rumble and tremble. At the same time, all the volcanoes erupted. It was estimated that most people's lives would come to an end, although they were not that unlucky. For Yun Nuashing, who hated trouble, this degree was about the same in the Yin-Yang world. The divine pattern tree inside the barrier was crazily devouring the energy of heaven and earth. The devouring power was so strong that the space outside was slightly distorted. It needed a large amount of energy to maintain the energy concentration in the barrier. Originally, it could maintain this balance very quietly, and the outside world would not have much movement. Until a certain moment, when the 7 gods and 2 demigods were cultivating mystic techniques above the divine grade, they entered a critical period at the same time. The demand for energy increased exponentially, and the energy concentration in this world began to decrease. The energy crystals piled up on the ground melted, and the energy mist in the space became thinner. The divine pattern tree sensed the decrease in energy concentration, so it began to devour the energy from the outside world fiercely, and it was almost in a state where the supply could not meet the demand. The movement of 9 mystic techniques above the divine grade operating at the same time was too terrifying. Even though Xian and the others had not even reached the beginner level, they were still constantly extracting the energy of heaven and earth to refine their bodies and cultivate mystic technique. This process should have been carried out in the starry sky, and the endless power of the stars was not afraid of them exhausting it. However, the strange energy in the Yin-Yang world was a strange energy formed between heaven and earth after all. After many years of precipitation and accumulation, such a rich energy tide was formed. At this time, after being extracted by 9 mystic techniques above the divine grade, the energy concentration could almost be clearly felt gradually decreasing, just like how the water level could be seen with the naked eye when the tide was low. At this time, the people who were chasing the mysterious small beast in the energy tide also inadvertently discovered this situation, but they did not pay much attention to it, nor did they know what had happened. They were just concentrating on finding the small beast until, buzz! 9 extremely brilliant energy radiances burst out from the top of the 9 people's heads and rushed toward the sky. The energy barrier also began to expand because of this surge of energy, enveloping the sky. When the 9 light pillars reached a certain place in the sky and stopped, the expansion of the barrier also stopped, turning into a very high arc-shaped energy shield. However, the 9 energy essences were too vast, causing the energy of heaven and earth to riot. The elemental power surged like a tide, the mountains shook and the space trembled. Even the energy barriers that Yun Nuashing was proud of, the imperial god diagram that was said to be able to withstand the siege of an emperor god, and the void enchantment that could cover everything, could not block such brilliance. Originally, the void enchantment froze all the energy in this area on the level of rules, and was used by Yun Nuashing to block all the prying from the outside world, distorting part of the function of the void enchantment. However, at this time, this 9th grade divine grade array could not stop the divine light from boiling in this place. Even standing in the distance, one could vaguely see 9 brilliant energy light pillars connecting heaven and earth on the horizon. It was very blurry, but it was very clear that they stood there, causing the space to tremble and the sky to rumble. One could vaguely see 9 figures overlooking heaven and earth from there, That is, countless people turned their gazes and looked at this scene in astonishment. They could sense 9 majestic and terrifying energy auras brewing and transforming. Vaguely, they could see an incomparably sacred golden giant tree. It was a giant tree that was formed by divine patterns. It stood there with an indomitable spirit. The leaves that were covered with divine patterns swayed, and there was a sacred light flowing out, condensing into a long river. It was as if divine light had descended to the world. The sacred aura caused many people to stop in their track. The white small beast's eyes reflected the 9 rays of brilliance and the golden divine pattern tree. In a hurry, it turned its head and dashed in that direction. The people who were chasing after it were stunned by the appearance of the divine pattern tree. After a while, when they saw the white beast dashing in that direction, they shouted and quickly chased after it. Stop! Divine grade mystic technique. Divine tree. The group of people was speechless. Did something strange sneak in just now? At this moment, many people who were chasing after the white small beast turned their gazes towards the golden divine pattern tree with strange expressions. They whispered to the people beside them, and the group of people rushed towards the place where the divine pattern tree had bloomed. In the distance, a figure stood upright on the mountain peak. He did not rely on any barrier or any other power. He used his physical body to block the energy tide. When the light from the divine pattern tree burst out, he also turned his gaze. In his eyes there was a flash of light. His devilish red and black hair danced in the wind. One of his eyes was black and the other was red. At this moment, when he saw the divine pattern tree, he could not help but laugh. A divine tree that I have never seen before. It is not on the list? Interesting. That divine tree will belong to me, the spiritual emperor. Chapter 952. The energy reaction is getting stronger and stronger. Part of the barrier has been destroyed by the internal energy. Billions of miles away, Yun Nuoshing was increasing his speed desperately in the void. The flashing mark between his eyebrows told him that something big seemed to be happening there, but he couldn't get to the scene immediately. He had a kind of space transmission formation that could transmit him to any place he had seen or sensed, as long as there was enough energy. However, he obviously didn't have such a huge amount of energy for such a long distance. Half an hour ago, he sensed that there was a problem with the magic formation and several layers of energy barriers. He could feel that the energy over there was gathering crazily, and there was a hole in the barrier of the void from the inside. Shortly after he sensed this, the outer defense barrier and magic formation were attacked by a powerful force. Those attacks were all from divine weapons. He couldn't be more familiar with that kind of energy because he had a lot of it on him. And this time, it wasn't just the energy that brushed past him, but a real head-on attack. The violent energy hit his defensive magic formation like raindrop. Some of the energy reactions were as high as that of mid-level gods, and they were all divine weapons of the 5th or 6th level of the divine level. Although the person who launched such an attack wasn't at the level of a divine weapon and couldn't exert 60% of the power, there were too many of them. Even though he had a thorough understanding of the royal god diagram and could use it to the point of perfection, and was said to be able to block the full blow of an emperor god, he couldn't stand being bombarded by so much energy. The number of attacks was probably the number of people in the entire Yin-Yang world, right? Piles of energy from divine weapons. He sensed more than 1,000 kinds of energy from the energy forms fed back, and they were all divine weapons. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be bombarded by divine weapons. Yun Nuoshing suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a sudden realization, "That's right. If 9 kinds of divine level and above divine level are used at full force, that world can't bear it at all. Even the barrier of the void has become illusory because of the impact of the girls. F***ck. How could he still make such a low-level mistake after so many years? He should have left the formation book there and launched a magic formation of the divine level or above. After all, he really didn't expect that Ziyen and the others would be able to make that level of divine art operate at full power so quickly before they had even reached the entry level. If this was in the ancient times, even high-level gods might not be able to do it. Idiot! 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 Yun Nuoshing slapped his forehead in exasperation. He was very annoyed. "Brother, don't slap it. It's not good if it's damaged." Little Purple Soul quickly and tried to persuade him. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He only felt pain in his liver, stomach, and all over his body. After a while, His expression became gloomy again. He didn't know what had happened over there. Since the barrier of the void had been blurry, the tree of divine pattern should have been exposed. Xian and the others might also be there. Maybe the tree of divine pattern had attracted the people of the yin-yang world. In terms of the function of the tree of divine pattern, it was equivalent to half of a divine body. Its value couldn't be lower than the 3 divine trees on the list of heaven and earth treasures. Xian and the others are cultivating inside. There are several layers of barriers, so they shouldn't be affected. But the group of people who attacked obviously didn't care about this. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed slightly. Thinking of this, his face became even gloomier. To put it bluntly, this kind of attempt to interrupt other people's cultivation was like killing one's father. If he hadn't been so suspicious and left many formations to guard against all kinds of accidents, Xian and the others might have been awakened from their deep cultivation state. Failing to cultivate was a small matter. If the energy in their bodies was disturbed and they went crazy, it would endanger their lives. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. His eyes gradually turned cold. He whispered in his heart, "Maggots, they're all maggots." That low murmur did not have any fluctuations, but in that instant, he felt as if he had entered Xuanyue's body from several dozen epochs ago. That gloomy voice caused the women in the soul world to tremble when they heard it. They looked at each other, and Ziyi shook his head, indicating that things had not reached that stage yet. 1 hour, we'll be there in 1 hour. Before that, you must hold on for me. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed with faint madness. The 12 elements in his body also let out a monstrous roar, as if they were going to fight together with their master. In the yin-yang sky, the energy concentration at the energy tide had dropped to a certain level. This world began to become clear. The 2 thick energy clouds above his head also became very thin. The energy in this area had been sucked dry. Moonlight gradually appeared in the yin-yang sky. Rumble! Under the moonlight, monstrous energy connected into a large area and smashed down like a mountain. Fire, ice, earth, thunder, and storm. Except for the light and dark elements, the energy of the 8 elements was complete. They intertwined into an elemental curtain and bombarded the distorted energy barrier. Waves of energy surged out, and the shock wave destroyed the area within 100 miles. In the center of the energy bombardment, inside the energy barrier, the golden divine pattern tree was extremely dazzling. The figures of Xian and the others could be seen. The energy light beam was so vast that it even broke through the barrier and was exposed to the outside sky. The weak law disturbance could be vaguely seen from thousands of miles away. This place was surrounded, from God's son to God's king to God's emperor's God's emperor's God's emperor's God's son. It was unknown how many races there were. Not only the human race but also the demon race. Moreover, there were quite a lot of them. They were evenly matched with the human race. They all looked like humans, but they all had the characteristics of demon beasts. In Mo Yan's words, they had long horns, long tails, wings, and no ears. At this moment, they didn't fight against each other because they had a common goal. No one recognized the divine pattern tree, but just from its function and divine nature, it was enough to make many people green with greed. Especially when they saw that the 9 people sitting under the tree had not woken up, the greed in their hearts rose to the extreme. Although the outer tortoise shell was extremely hard, it could still be broken. Once it was broken, the 9 people inside would have nowhere to hide, and the divine pattern tree would also fall into the hands of the crowd. Emperor Ling stood not far away, watching the crowd attack the barrier. His aura surged, and the people around him didn't dare to come close. He looked at the golden divine pattern tree, then looked at the 9 people below, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. However, when he looked at the barrier, he frowned. Hundreds of divine level 4 or 5 divine weapons couldn't break through the barrier so quickly. Could it be a divine level 8 array? Emperor Ling's eyes flickered. He was a very cautious person. After discovering the divine pattern tree, He had already sent a message to his faction, asking them to send some people over. He believed that many people around him had done the same thing, such as the godly emperors. After a while, his gaze stopped at a place in the crowd. He suddenly smiled faintly. Interesting, they're here too. However, this divine pattern tree will belong to me. At this place, energy surged into the sky. The pillars of energy were thick and majestic, breaking through the clouds and connecting to the sky. Hundreds of thousands of strong cultivators were eyeing the barrier covetously. Many of them were secretly conserving their strength. At this time, those who attacked the barrier would be exhausted and lose the qualification to compete. In the sky, many arrays were formed. The divine weapons resonated with each other. Huge energy waves crashed onto the barrier like raindrops. If it were ordinary attacks, no matter how strong they wouldn't be able to threaten the imperial god diagram. However, those attacks were from divine weapons. Divine weapons were much stronger and more destructive. Even if it was a barrier that could defend against godly emperors, it would still break after being hit by thousands of mid-level divine weapons. It wasn't a matter of whether it could break or not, it was a matter of time. The shocking energy explosion lasted for a long time. Those who joined forces to attack were all out of breath. They had no choice but to switch to other people with divine artifacts to continue attacking. However, everyone only saw ripples splashing out from the magic array. It trembled from time to time, but there was no sign of it being broken. Firepower from all directions flooded this place. If one stood inside and looked outside, they would see that the world seemed to be burning. Those with sharp eyes noticed that there seemed to be many new faces here. They seemed to have just arrived. They were all godly kings and godly emperors, which made their hearts tremble. They hurriedly took out jade slips and asked the forces behind them to send reinforcements. If things went wrong, a bloody battle would break out here. Since no one was maintaining the defense, the divine reigning diagram, which was automatically activated, finally began to dim after being worn down for a long time. The golden light of the barrier dimmed slightly, and an arm-length crack appeared at the top. The appearance of the crack caused many people to be stunned. Soon after, wild joy erupted from their eyes. The barrier is about to break. With this shout, the people wielding divine artifacts became full of vigor as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They wielded their divine artifacts and launched a barrage of attacks at the barrier below, causing the barrier of the imperial god diagram to tremble for a moment. Moreover, many people aimed at the crack and launched powerful attacks one after another in an attempt to expand the crack and cause the barrier to collapse. On the ground, on top of a huge boulder, the little white beast stood between the cracks of the boulder. When it saw the earth-shattering attacks, it was so scared that its whole body trembled. The appearance of the divine pattern tree had attracted everyone's attention away from it, which was a good thing for it. However, it was suddenly worried about the people inside the barrier, so it hesitated. Woo-woo! The white small beast anxiously walked in circles in the crack on the huge rock. It didn't know what to do. With so many experts outside, it would only be courting death if it ran out. Although they had drawn their attention away from it, it didn't mean that no one was concerned about it. When it saw more and more cracks on the barrier, it spun even faster. It sounded very anxious. Just when the crack had spread halfway through the barrier, an energy that made the heavens and earth tremble burst out from the void. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out from the void. Divine light descended from the void. That voice rang out in everyone's ears, causing them to be taken aback for a moment. However, no one stopped. Instead, they increased the strength of their attack. I'll let all of you. Yun Nuoshing's figure directly rushed out from the void. She appeared at the top of the barrier with surging energy that didn't stop. She suddenly clapped her hands together. Stop! She clapped her hands together and suddenly opened them. When her palms came together, a ball of pale white energy suddenly appeared. An energy wave suddenly spread out at a speed faster than light. The invisible energy wave caused all the energy that came into contact with it to be extinguished in an instant. Even the energy that was exploding disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only dust. Bang! 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 The energy of the divine weapons that were gathering energy suddenly dissipated when they came into contact with the shockwave. The divine weapons became unstable and exploded with a bang. However, not even a trace of energy was released from the explosion. They were only damaged. This time, dozens of divine weapons of divine rank level 5 or 6 were destroyed. Even the energy in everyone's body became sluggish. Those who were still circulating energy suddenly lost their energy, causing them to groan and spit out a mouthful of blood. They were actually devoured by their own energy. Those who didn't use their energy escaped the disaster. The energy vacuum. Yun-Nuashing directly caused all the energy in this area to disappear. For a short time, this area was in a state of no energy. However, there was still a large amount of energy here. Therefore, it only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. Ling Huang's expression was gloomy. He was also affected by the energy vacuum just now. At this time, there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly turned his cold gaze and looked at the top of the barrier. There, a colorful figure appeared. He was sure that before the energy vacuum exploded, there was definitely no such person there. Everyone also realized that their condition was abnormal. Although the energy vacuum affected many people and caused at least 30% of them to spit out blood, they weren't seriously injured. They recovered after a short rest. It was just that the energy in their bodies was a little chaotic. When they stabilized themselves, they looked at the golden barrier. At this time, with the return of Yun-Nuashing, the royal god diagram was already in the process of self-healing. The crack that appeared after being bombarded by everyone for a few hours showed signs of closing again. Everyone saw Yun-Nuashing immediately. Their gazes froze and they looked at each other for a while. Suddenly, they raised the divine weapons in their hands and energy suddenly bloomed. Rumble! The wild energy once again descended on the barrier of the royal god diagram. In an instant, Yun-Nuashing's face was covered in dust. It just so happens that my energy carrier is a little empty after my long journey back. After devouring the huge energy torrent, Yun-Nuashing clenched his fist and took a deep breath. This surge of energy allowed him to return to his peak. He looked at the person who attacked him. That person was shocked when he saw that Yun-Nuashing wasn't injured at all. His eyes were filled with shock. The light particles disappeared in a flash. Yun-Nuashing appeared behind that person and gently struck out with his palm. To thank you, please rest in peace. Boom! Unparalleled energy burst out, directly turning that expert into dust. Yun-Nuashing put away his divine tool and raised his eyes to look around. This battle happened in a small area, and not many people paid attention to it. Almost everyone was still attacking the imperial god diagram, as if it didn't exist. That ferocious battle record was not witnessed by anyone. Yun-Nuashing's eyes turned cold. He let out a hissing sound like a snake. A black ice aura quietly flowed out from his body. In his hand, a ball of black and ice blue energy appeared. It quickly fused and took shape in an instant. Then, it exploded out at the speed of light. The icy blue and black energy ripples suddenly spread to the ends of the world. Two loud roars were heard in an instant. Dark mysterious ice. Snow goddess. Frozen world. As the two shouts rang out, the sound of space freezing suddenly rang out. The land within a radius of 1,000 miles suddenly turned into black ice. The mountain range turned into an ice mountain. All the energy between heaven and earth maintained its final form as it was frozen within the black ice. Even those experts were all sealed within the black ice. The entire world suddenly quieted down. Only Yun-Nuashing was left standing in the middle of the thousands of ice blocks. It was incomparably dazzling as it condensed the light of the entire world. In the frozen world, black snowflakes drifted down. It was as if they had really come to a frozen world. Even the energy of the Inyang sky was frozen. Yun Nuoshing gasped for breath. Without the divine mark, the burden of using a high-level divine technique was not small. His colorful hair turned white. Moreover, boom! In the frozen world, an extremely hot flame suddenly burst out. The green flame was like a giant flame beast. The energy that erupted in an instant caused the black ice to fluctuate violently. Bang! After the green flame erupted, the space began to tremble violently. Streaks of scarlet flames soared into the sky and surged out from the black ice. The terrifying temperature, together with the shock wave that contained terrifying temperature and power, caused the ice-sealed world to tremble. At this moment, the others also began to circulate the divine origin in their bodies and joined forces to attack the ice-sealed domain. After Yun Nuoshing gasped for breath, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the place was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, the power was much weaker. When there was the divine mark, the dark mysterious ice could seal divine gods and deities, making them unable to resist. At this moment, even divine kings and divine emperors could not be completely frozen. Although there were too many people, the main reason was that the divine mark was not there and the strength of the energy was reduced. Even so, it's not a problem to trap them for a while. It will reduce their strength more or less. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself for a while. His eyes were gloomy. He clenched his fist and lightning jumped on his arm. His colorful hair fluttered behind him and stood up. A huge lightning power appeared on his body. He waved his hand and the lightning shot up to the sky. Buzz! The lightning stopped in midair. After pausing for a second, it suddenly spread out. The power of the lightning quickly evolved in the sky and formed a huge lightning array. It enveloped the entire world. Lightning that contained various elemental energies gathered in the sky and jumped on the array. It was like a group of dragons roaring. Rumble! A huge lightning power came down from the sky. Those who were attacking the frozen domain were stunned. They quickly increased their speed to attack the domain. If the lightning came down from the sky, there would definitely be heavy casualties. Everyone! Yun Nuoshing laughed and opened his arms. Half of his colorful hair turned white. I invite all of you to ascend to the immortal realm together. Rumble! The colorful lightning fell from the sky. The huge lightning power made everyone's face turn pale. Chapter 953. Things happened very quickly. Before that, no one had noticed the Yun Nuo planet. The battlefield was very large. The energy storm swept thousands of feet, tens of thousands of feet. The entire world seemed to be burning. Under the background of the raging flames, the size of a person was too small. It was so small that he was directly ignored by others. It was not until the whole world quieted down that everyone noticed the slender, colorful figure. Their eyes were filled with horror. No one had thought that such a thing would happen before the situation became like this. The originally fiery scene suddenly became cold. This scene did not last for long. Those who were trapped in the ice crazily activated their divine origin and various kinds of energy to resonate with the divine artifact. Waves of violent energy burst out from the black ice. The ice, which was the size of a person, was quickly covered with cracks. Just as they were continuously attacking the dark mysterious ice, that person's hand shook again, and an extremely large array appeared in the sky. The terrifying might of thunder and lightning pressed down from the sky, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. They attacked the icebound world even more crazily. That thunder and lightning array clearly wanted to attack indiscriminately. If it smashed down like this, there would probably be no life left within 100 miles. Bang! Bang! The sound of ice shattering was very loud. Figures walked out from the ice-sealed world. Their surging auras soared into the sky and formed energy-light pillars. Most of these people were divine kings and divine emperors. They were the top existences among the younger generation in Kuan Yuan region. At this moment, they looked up at Yun Nuoshing in the sky with an unfriendly expression. They stared at the array in the sky solemnly, and did not show any signs of fear. "It seems like you have not given up yet." Yun Nuoshing looked at the dozens of people indifferently and said indifferently. His gaze was somewhat indifferent. Everyone looked at him with a dignified expression. The energy aura on their bodies became increasingly stronger. "A mere demigod dares to spout nonsense here? Do you not put the experts of Kuan Plain in your eyes?" A tall figure sneered as he took a step forward with his arms crossed. "All the spiritual treasures in the world belong to those who are fated to obtain them. You're being too overbearing." On the other side, a powerhouse with scales on his cheeks walked out. His drooping right hand had turned into a huge claw due to the surging energy. Clearly, he was a powerhouse of the demon race. Pooh! Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoshing could not help but burst out laughing. She covered her forehead and laughed so hard that her entire body was trembling. Everyone was baffled by her laughter. Maggot! In the end, Yun Nuoshing only used these two words to reply to the demon clan's expert. Many people's faces immediately turned gloomy. They were the top experts among the younger generation of Kuan Yuan and the demon clan. Today, they were being looked down upon by a demigod. Arrogant brat! Today, I'll teach you how to respect the experts. The tall figure roared and dashed out from where he was. His speed was so fast that he left afterimages in the air. The muscles on his body bulged like mountains. The earth element was thick and heavy on his body, giving him an unparalleled sense of heaviness. He punched the space, and a huge fist mark with heavy divine origin tore through the space. Yun Nuoshing raised her right hand gently and small arrays appeared near her wrist. A suction force burst out from her palm and sucked the fist mark in the air. Then, she pulled her right hand to the side and flung the fist mark away. Roar! Roar! A loud roar came from the side. It was like an ancient giant beast's roar that shook heaven and earth, causing the space to tremble. A huge figure with bone spikes on his back suddenly rushed over. His arms were covered with a layer of thick black hair. His entire body rushed towards Yun Nua planet like a cannonball. Clang! A fist the size of a cattail hassock was waved in the air. The sound of metal clashing could be heard and the space was shaking. Before the fist came close, the air was compressed into an air cannon and blasted out with a bang. Yun Nuoshing leaned to the side and dodged the air cannon that was 100 feet long. Then, her right hand charged forward. Several arrays covered her hand and elements surged. Then, she blasted out a punch. Bang! Two disproportionate fists collided with each other. The powerful energy formed a weak shockwave and shattered the space. Yun Nuoshing's arm shook and the arrays lit up. A huge force sent the tall and sturdy figure flying with a punch. Everyone's expression changed. Two people had already made a move. Both of them were divine kings. For a demigod, they should be able to crush him. Why did it turn out like this? That huge figure rushed over like a cannonball and was also sent flying like a cannonball. He broke the sound barrier and shattered the space. Ha! The figure let out a roar as the energy in his body trembled. He released all of his strength, causing the surrounding space to shatter. He lowered his head and looked at his palm in surprise. Strength was his forte. His clan's physical strength was one of the strongest among the demon clan. He had never been sent flying by a punch before. This made him very interested in the Yun Nua planet. A rumbling voice rang out, "I am Gucci from the Demon Bone clan. Who are you?" "You don't need to know." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and snapped her fingers with her left hand. She muttered softly, 10,000 thunderbolts. Boom. Following a soft sound, the enormous formation in the sky rumbled with thunder and lightning. Then, tens of thousands of feet of thunder fell from the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It completely submerged the entire area. Endless thunderbolts, tens of thousands of rays of light, elemental heavenly thunder, and all kinds of energy burst out in the form of thunderbolt. It was no longer just simple bolts of lightning. Instead, it was a sea of thunderbolts that fell from the sky like raindrops. It was extremely dazzling. Even if one was standing 1,000 miles away, they could clearly feel the destructive power here. Needless to say, the people who were wrapped in the thunderbolts' array were blinding and suffocating. Boom! Boom! Ah! Along with the sound of thunder, there was a heart-wrenching scream. Those who were unable to break free from the dark mysterious ice were turned into ashes by the concentrated fire of several thunderbolts, even though they were holding divine artifacts. Their souls were scattered. One unparalleled energy fell from the sky, and the place boiled instantly. Even though the people present were all young experts from the Kuan Yuan region and the Demon Clan, such thunderbolts could even kill mid-level gods. Those who were trapped in the dark mysterious ice could not even defend themselves. In just a few seconds, dozens of dark mysterious ice exploded. Almost all of the people inside had their souls scattered. Those who were lucky enough to survive were charred black and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Their bodies were still overflowing with colorful thunderbolt. Roar! Gu Qi's burly figure passed through the dense thunderbolts. His huge fist directly smashed a descending red thunderbolt. He rushed to the front of Yun Nuoxing and directly engaged in close combat with her. Yun Nuoxing looked indifferent. The thunderbolt's array did not require her real-time control. She was invincible in it and could still use many tricks. She turned around and clashed her hands with Gu Qi's fist. It was like two meteors colliding. In the place where the thunderbolts fell, there was a shocking collision of energy that was not inferior to the thunderbolts. Bang! 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 The two of them exchanged blows very quickly. However, in terms of speed, Yun Nuoxing was faster. After more than 10 rounds, the bone spurs on his back and arms were broken. Yun Nuoxing directly pierced through his chest with her claws. Blood spurted out from his back. Roar! The mountain-like figure let out a painful roar. His mournful roar was drowned out by the thunderbolts. The black hair all over his body stood up as if he had been electrocuted. With a wave of her hand, Gu Qi was sent flying backward. Gu Qi coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was hit by another thunderbolt. His whole body was charred black like a piece of coal. The Demon Bone Clan's body is extremely hard. Their bones are even more indestructible. I didn't expect him to lose in a collision of strength. Who are you? The eyes of a demon race elite flashed. There was an energy shield above his head. The thunderbolts avoided the area around him and could not touch him. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. With a thought, a part of the thunderbolts array in the sky suddenly collapsed and split into a small array. The surrounding thunderbolts quickly gathered there. After a while, a huge rainbow-colored thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! The rainbow-colored thunderbolt crashed into the energy shield above the person's head. Such a powerful thunderbolt force made it impossible for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. The energy shield flickered rapidly. It's useless. I'm from the Blood Thunder Clan, one of the few demon races that can control the power of thunderbolts. Your thunderbolt force is terrifying, but it can't penetrate my defense, the demon race elite said indifferently. Is that so? Yun Nuoxing looked at him indifferently. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. The expression of the Blood Lightning Clan expert trembled as an extremely terrifying feeling of threat made all the hairs on his body stand on end. When he lifted his head, he saw a dark and deep thunderbolt suddenly appear behind the thunderbolt. It was swallowing and spitting out an aura of annihilation, causing his pupils to shrink to the size of a needle. Boom! That thunderbolt contained the speed of light. When he raised his head and saw it, it had already arrived and shattered his defense. The thunderbolt penetrated the ground and blasted a huge crater. The Blood Thunder Clan expert was lying in the middle of the crater with blood all over his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually been defeated by the Thunderbolt. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. The light element was about to surge. She was about to chase after the Blood Thunder Clan elite and end his life. Thunderbolts had little effect on him. Swoosh! Suddenly, a crescent moon soared into the sky amidst the energy thunderstorm. It was mixed with the roar of tigers and howls of wolves. It pierced the sound of the thunderbolts. Several figures passed through the thunderbolts like ghosts and pounced on the Blood Thunder Clan elite. Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened as 3 gigantic thunderbolts descended from the sky. They were like 3 gigantic energy light pillars that connected the heavens and the earth, directly covering the group of people within. Then, the colorful thunderbolts in the surrounding area all gathered madly towards that direction. Poof! Poof! Several blood flowers bloomed. They were annihilated in the middle of the thunderbolt. Not even dregs were left behind. Yun Nuoxing stood in the sky amidst the flashing thunderbolts. She looked down at everyone with her cold eyes. The brilliance of the thunderbolts shone on her body, making her look like the god of thunder. Where did this guy get so much energy? It's inexhaustible. Not far away, a gust of wind sounded. A young man descended. He crossed his arms and looked at Yun Nuoxing. He said, "Are you one of the 9 kings of the Divine Prefecture? Or one of the 8 kings of Taiyuan? Interesting. You're only a demigod, but you can make so many experts helpless. Your body is extremely powerful, and your control of energy is comparable to that of a mid-level god." The gust of wind sounded all around. One figure after another descended. They densely covered the heavens and the earth, surrounding Yun Nuoxing in the center. These people were not afraid of the thunderbolts above their heads. None of them was weak. What's the point of being so timid? Tell me your name if you have the guts. A ferocious-looking human expert stared at her and laughed coldly. "Haha, such a beautiful little sister. I can't bear to lay my hands on her." Not far away, an enchanting figure casually caught a thunderbolt that swept past her and played with it in the palm of her hand. "I, the Demon Spirit Clan, would like to learn from you." A figure wrapped in black fog let out a sinister laugh. That laughter caused the expressions of many human race experts to change. Demon Spirit Clan? How could she appear here so openly? Yun Nuoxing glanced at them indifferently. She folded her hands in front of her and said, "Is there no one else? That's all?" "Oh, this little girl is very arrogant." One of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yun Nuoxing nodded and said, "If there's no one else, then you can go on your way. If you travel together, you won't be too lonely on the road to the underworld." "Don't you want to know my name?" "I'll tell you now." Yun Nuoxing stared at the earth. Those thunderbolts had blasted countless holes in the ground, turning the earth into a scene of devastation. At this time, the energy that had gathered in the earth gradually surged. Rumble, the earth shook loudly. Everyone was shocked. They could feel that there was an immeasurable amount of energy crazily gathering under the earth. The magnitude of the energy made their expressions change drastically. "Not good. Retreat." It was unknown who shouted, but the sky suddenly turned violent. However, before they could retreat, a huge azure array suddenly appeared on the ground. At the same time, the thunderbolt array in the sky collapsed, turning into blue light spots that poured into the array on the ground. A wave of energy that was so dense that it almost manifested as stars appeared in this world. "My name is Ling. I am the embodiment of the sky. I am equal to the earth." Rumbling sounds echoed as the energy density in the air soared, causing everyone's faces to turn deathly pale. They hurriedly used their strongest defenses to protect themselves. In the sky, a dazzling cross-shaped star had appeared out of nowhere. The moment everyone saw that star, it suddenly exploded, and a huge azure pillar of starlight fell from the sky. It was like a brilliant eternal light that illuminated everyone's dumbfounded faces. "My body is energy. I am the representative of energy in this world. I am the ruler of energy. My name is Divine Physique Na Ling. Rumble. A huge starlight pillar fell from the sky and landed in Yin-Yang sky with a great force. Huge halos surrounded the starlight pillar. The unparalleled power drowned the world and swallowed everyone. The shock wave with destructive energy swept out into the distance. Pieces of space collapsed, and the black void space also fluctuated. The energy of Yin-Yang sky made this space very strong, but it couldn't prevent it from being blasted into a huge basin. The mountain range was melted. The extremely brilliant starlight pillar made the world change color, and the people farther away were stunned. The starlight pillar came and went quickly. It didn't last long. The azure energy pillar trembled slightly and disappeared. In its place, there was a huge basin that had been blasted into 100,000 feet wide. It affected the area inside and outside Yin-Yang sky, and the mountains collapsed. It had to be said that the space and earth here were very strong. If it were the Ghost Forest and the Divine Tiger Mountain Villa, there would be two huge pits now. In Yin-Yang sky, there was only a basin. However, the part that was out of Yin-Yang sky was still blasted into an abyss. Except for that place of cultivation, the other places had been turned into basins. Yun Nuoshing stood in the sky. Half of his colorful hair turned snow-white. Suddenly, his expression froze. He looked at the basin below. He actually sensed a large wave of life? This was inconceivable. In his current state, the star's fall attack was enough to destroy an emperor of the underworld. Even an emperor of the gods would be injured if he was careless. However, below him, there were still so many survivors. This made his expression change slightly. The human clan's spirit-receiving divine body lives up to its reputation. If it weren't for our clan's treasure, we would have died today. A demon clan expert held a golden scepter in his hand, exuding terrifying energy. However, the scepter's color was dim at this time. It seemed that it had consumed too much energy. The golden barrier that enveloped everyone flickered twice and then disappeared. This was a very powerful divine artifact. However, after withstanding the starfall attack, its energy was exhausted. As soon as the identity of the spirit-receiving divine body was exposed, many people's expressions changed. They had heard of the demon clan experts before, but there was no hostility. The younger generation of the human clan, Kuan Yuan, looked at each other and saw some inexplicable confusion in each other's eyes. No wonder he was so tyrannical. It turned out that this guy was really domineering. However, they did not know that Yun Nuoshing rarely showed such a domineering side, unless someone was annoyed by him, or like today, he actually tried to break his array formation. If you leave now, I can still spare your lives. No, wait. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head, looked at the barrier behind him, and said, "Fortunately, you didn't disturb them. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave today." Hey! The human clan's spirit-receiving divine body is really bold. However, he is also qualified to do so. At this moment, his combat strength is enough to look down on the younger generation of the world. The demon clan expert smiled faintly. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky, startling him. A faint sense of threat emerged in his heart. He was about to use the light element to move out, but his body stiffened as if he was restricted by something. Yun Nuoshing shouted loudly. The star power in his body surged violently and instantly broke through the layer of restriction. However, before he could rush out, a huge pagoda descended from the sky and swallowed him, suppressing him within the pagoda. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Everyone, help me refine him. The divine tree behind him will be ours. The human clan expert with a ferocious face said coldly. A portion of the demon clan experts frowned, while the other portion sneered inwardly. Clearly, they were disdainful of this method. However, they didn't say anything. They poured all of their energy into the purple pagoda, which was hundreds of meters tall. The pagoda immediately burned with brilliant purple flames. You want to refine me with this weak level 6 divine artifact? A cold laughter suddenly came from the pagoda. However, this laughter was more or less devoid of warmth. This pagoda of mine is a space of its own. Even deities can be sucked into it. Once you enter the pagoda, you can refine everything in less than half an hour. Even if you want to refine an entire world, it won't be a problem. The human clan expert sneered. Yun Nuashing let out a low laugh. Then, his aura surged wildly. The violent aura caused the purple pagoda to tremble violently. The light dimmed, as if it wasn't imprisoning a person, but a world-destroying divine beast that could destroy the world. The violent aura that came from the pagoda made people's hearts palpitate. Even the body of the pagoda started to distort faintly. You! The human clan expert was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, help me!" Clang! Buzz! However, before the others could do anything, the middle section of the pagoda suddenly swelled up like an inflated balloon. The surrounding space also shook continuously, forming a distorted vortex. Oh, this power! Your pagoda is about to explode. Everyone was shocked. Boom! A cold light streaked across the heavens and earth as the purple pagoda was split into two with a bang. Yun Nuashing slowly walked out from within as purple flames that overflowed into the sky swept across the plains behind him. Lightning coiled around his body as his half-white hair returned to normal. He had directly devoured the energy within the pagoda and once again returned to his peak state. 6 wings appeared on his back as divine light shone from his eyes. He was like a demon god as he slowly walked out. "Now it's your turn," he murmured softly. The ferocious-looking man turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw a flash of light. The face that was originally far away suddenly appeared in front of him. The eyes that were glowing with divine light stared at him. It made him feel a sense of reincarnation. Even his mind was about to sink into it. Boom! The man's head was grabbed and slammed into the ground. His body twitched, and he immediately stopped moving. Those who used the pagoda to refine him also suffered a backlash. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and suffered injuries that were neither light nor heavy. Buzz! At this moment, a huge silver palm print suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as heavy as a mountain. The majestic power caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. They hurriedly retreated. Yun Nuashing looked up at the huge palm print in the sky and sneered, "If you don't stop, I'll kill you until you stop." Chapter 954. The huge handprint came crashing down with the force of a mountain. Before the palm arrived, the wind from the palm had already arrived. The huge force caused Yun Nuashing's robes to flap loudly. Her colorful hair danced wildly, and the ground rumbled under the force of the palm. Ding! Yun Nuashing extended his right hand, and the 12 elements rapidly gathered in his palm, forming a huge 2-meter-long sword. From the looks of it, it was no different from the Netherworld Ruins sword. He grabbed the huge sword, and with a soft cry, he slashed out twice without any fancy move. 2 huge sword rays that were 10,000 feet long shot into the sky at the speed of light. The 2 terrifying forces collided like meteorites under countless gazes. However, the expected explosion of energy did not happen. In the air, there was only a terrifying shockwave that shattered the surrounding space. Following that, the silver-white handprint was suddenly pierced through by the 2 sword rays. The person who had unleashed the silver-white handprint in the sky hurriedly dodged, but he was blown several thousand feet away by the strong wind. However, he was not seriously injured, and he landed not far away calmly. Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan. It's him, the prime of his generation. It's said that he is ranked second among the 5 primes of Kuan Yuan. Someone exclaimed. That person had a handsome face, and his long hair and eyes were reddish-black. He looked extremely demonic, and a blazing aura circulated around his body. That strike must have used up a lot of energy, right? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him, and immediately saw through the situation that he was hiding under his calm face, and sneered. Spiritual Emperor Kun Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, but he snorted coldly. He quietly retracted his hand into his sleeve. No one saw that his hand was dripping with boiling blood. It was impossible for him to remain unscathed after withstanding the power of the fusion of the 12 elements. Yun Nuoxing did not have time to pay attention to him, because there was another powerful force that was aimed at him from the side. It was filled with cold killing intent, but he did not say anything. He extended his hand, and the devouring power of the spiritual emperor's divine body erupted. He completely devoured the divine king's full-powered strike, as if the destructive force did not exist at all. What's going on? The God King expert was dumbfounded when he saw that Yun Nuoxing's aura had become even denser after a full-powered attack. It is said that all energy attacks are useless against the receiving spirit godly body. They will only become the source of his energy. It seems that it is not bad. Someone revealed the truth. Yun Nuoxing wasn't surprised that the reason was exposed. Ever since the day the spiritual godly physique appeared, this almost lost physique had once again spread throughout the god realm. Most of the information was sealed, and would only be opened when the time came. With such a famous physique, it was impossible that there wasn't any information left behind. Clang! Clang! In the void, rays of sword light fell like cold rain. They were suffused with cold luster and surged towards Yun Nuoxing from all directions. Hundreds of long swords revolved around him, and there were many long swords that suddenly shot out and pierced towards Yun Nuoxing from tricky angles. Yun Nuoxing was calm and composed. He held 2 long swords that were condensed from elements and waved them around like the wind. The myriad transformation sword body split into hundreds of shadows and waved them around. It was as if he had waved the giant sword thousands of times in an instant. Those cold long swords couldn't get close to him, and he could even use his sword aura to tear open gaps in the sword formation. Sword shadow, Yun Nuoxing waved his 2 swords, creating afterimages. The sword formation that surrounded him couldn't cause any damage to him. He took a deep breath and the giant sword in his left hand disappeared. He held another giant sword with both hands, and the myriad transformation sword body gradually reduced the frequency of his sword swinging. Many afterimages overlapped with his main body. Then, with a loud shout, rays of sword light that exceeded the limit of speed suddenly burst out. Flowing light. Dozens of sword gleams that far exceeded the speed of light streaked across the sky. Like the might of Ling Hong's sword, the space within a radius of 100 miles suddenly shook and collapsed. On a flat surface, a spatial crack that looked like a circle or a ring appeared. The sword formation that covered the sky was also destroyed in an instant. The moment he saw the moonlight again, Yun Nuoxing's eyes shone brightly. Light elements flashed and he suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure that was hiding in the void was directly pulled out by him. A cold ray of sword light flashed. The speed of light caused many people's expressions to change drastically. This was the light element. It was unstoppable and unrivaled. Clang! However, the expert who used the sword formation was already prepared. He barely managed to block the light-like sword. However, the power of the fusion of 12 elements seeped through the long sword and instantly eroded his weapon and his arm, causing him to be greatly shocked. Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed. This person's longsword was obviously not an ordinary item. He could even split the pagoda that was at the 6th level of the divine level with a single slash. This longsword would not be any weaker than the pagoda. Boom! Taking advantage of the moment when he blocked the sword, Yun Nuoxing let go of the huge sword with both hands. The 12 elements revolved around his palms, illuminating them with brilliant colors. His palm struck the man's lower abdomen as fast as lightning. The expert who used the sword seemed to have suffered a fierce blow. His body flew back over 10,000 feet like an arrow. Along the way, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weak. Trying to escape? Yun Nuoshing shouted. The elements condensed into a colorful longbow, and he instantly nocked an arrow. Suddenly, a powerful force was born in his senses. Yun Nuoshing's expression froze. He hurriedly dispersed the longbow and arrow in his hands and dodged the attack. On the spot where he stood, a spear light bloomed to the extreme. It was like a fiery bird streaking across the sky, burning a huge hole in the space. He could still eat pure energy directly. For example, he was not afraid of the flames refined by the pagoda and the torrent of energy just now. However, this spear light contained too much destructive power. In a situation where he did not have any divine patterns, he would more or less be injured if he swallowed it. Tisk! Yun Nuoshing smacked his lips and gave up on the severely injured expert. He waved his huge sword and charged forward like a demon god. The energy in his body surged violently. Clang! The spear light vibrated with powerful echoes and smashed onto Yun Nuoshing's wings, causing him to stagger. Then, he was hit by another palm strike. His body flew over 10 meters and only stopped after flapping his wings. Bastard! I have tolerated you for a long time. Yun Nuoshing's eyes lit up. He realized that the one holding the spear was actually Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan. Just now, Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan attacked him with a palm strike, stopped him from killing the sword-wielding expert, and even took advantage of the chaos to shoot him with a spear. This made him furious. The sound of energy explosions was incessant. Many people shouted and attacked, shouting the names of their mystic arts. There were also people who smashed down with their divine weapons. The energy raindrops connected together. Yun Nuoshing's eyes froze. He hugged his 6 wings in front of him, and a colorful energy barrier was instantly formed. Rumble! The raindrops of energy fell on the colorful barrier, creating thousands of energy ripples. However, they were unable to shake it. Taking advantage of the moment when the attack was blocked, Yun Nuoshing's 6 wings trembled. The light element was unleashed to the extreme. His entire body turned into a ray of divine light and shot towards Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan. A loud shout resounded through the sky, light shadow flash. Before his voice could be heard, he had already arrived in front of Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan with a majestic aura. The colorful sword in his hand ruthlessly pierced through Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan's body. The sound of the giant sword tearing flesh caused countless people's hearts to tremble. Then, before everyone could see clearly, they saw an even more powerful energy erupt. Half of Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan's body was blown to pieces. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Even his fiery red spear was shattered. Die! Yun Nuoshing roared. The giant sword in his hand descended from the sky with an earth-shattering aura. It was like a huge divine sword descending from the heavens, slashing towards Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan. Spiritual Emperor Kuan Yuan was shocked. Even though half of his body was shattered, he was still alive. When he saw the earth-shattering sword, his face turned pale. He hurriedly took out a jade slip and crushed it. The surrounding space suddenly collapsed, forming a spatial tunnel that was about to take him away. Don't even think about escaping. The giant sword in his hand emitted an incomparably bright light. A sword light that was tens of thousands of zhang long burst out with an annihilating aura. It was like a sea wave that swept over 100,000 zhang long in just a blink of an eye. Under the horrified gaze of Spirit Emperor Kuan Yuan, it rumbled and swallowed him whole. Both his body and soul melted into the incomparable energy of the sword light. Many experts hurriedly dodged the energy sword light, afraid that they would be swallowed. Wherever the rainbow-colored sword light passed, only a black abyss was left. It was bottomless, as if it led to the ninth hell. Everyone's face twitched. Koan Yuan's spiritual emperor had completely disappeared. The sovereign of Koan Yuan's generation has died in battle. Everyone gasped. A young sovereign had died in battle just like that. However, many people had died here today, and they were all experts of the younger generation. After using the Netherworld Void Slash, more than half of Yun Nuoxing's hair had turned white. The Netherworld Void Sword's mystic technique required a fixed amount of energy, which was just enough to draw out 50 to 60% of his energy. If he used his full strength, it would be 90% of his energy. After using it, there wouldn't be much energy left. At this moment, he didn't need to use such a powerful attack to deal with a dying person. It was just like venting, even if it used up half of his energy. Rumble! In the sky, a huge energy palm descended from the sky. The palm was like white jade as it gently patted down. The land that was already in a mess suddenly rumbled as if there was an earthquake. Huge cracks spread across the land like a spiderweb. Under this palm, even the space was rapidly collapsing. Terrifying gales left obvious traces in the space. Wherever it passed, the space would shatter. Such a terrifying power caused everyone's expression to tremble. They quickly fled, leaving only Yun Nuoxing in the area covered by the palm. When Yun Nuoxing raised his head and saw the white jade palm descending with destructive power, a divine light blossomed in his eyes. He took the elemental sword with his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. Arrays that were thousands of feet in size appeared with his right fist as the center. Then, mysterious runes rapidly condensed on the tip of his fist. The crushing fist caused his strength to increase exponentially. Then, his fist carried the power to tear the space apart and went against the heavens. Several arrays collapsed at the same time, and the power that erupted merged into his fist. It released a power that was close to 10,000 times stronger, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Boom! Both the fist and palm were tens of thousands of feet in size. When everyone saw the terrifying power that was about to collide, they sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated with all their might. The space was definitely going to collapse. However, things went beyond everyone's expectations. Just as the fist and palm were about to collide, the jade-white palm trembled. Then, it abruptly disappeared, leaving behind the fist that soared into the sky. Finally, it quietly disappeared. A cold light blossomed in Yun Nuoxing's eyes. He pointed his swords at the space. After a while, he seemed to have sensed something and sneered. He looked at the empty sky and said, "Do you think that I can't find you just because you're hiding?" Everyone looked at the space but did not see anything. However, the Demon Clan experts' expressions changed and their voices were somewhat shocked. Why are you here?" The Demon Clan experts reacted and hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. There was a trace of respect in their eyes. The Human Clan experts could not help but be stunned. These were all experts of the younger generation of the Demon Clan. At this moment, they actually, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, a space vortex suddenly appeared in the space. After a while, a slender and alluring figure slowly emerged from the space vortex. Then, she appeared under the sky. The moonlight sprinkled down and seemed to cover her with a layer of silver gauze. The slender girl was wearing a moon-white long robe. Her snow-white hair sparkled in the moonlight and slid down her shoulders to her buttocks. In this silent world, she gently lifted her head and revealed an elegant and delicate face. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her slender eyebrows were curved like crescent moons. There was a crescent mark between her eyebrows, which gave her a very special charm. She was like a moon girl, descending from the moonlight accompanied by specks of starlight. She walked forward with graceful steps, and on her jade neck hung a crescent moon pendant strung with silver beads. Under the reflection of the moonlight, it shone brightly, making her jade-like beautiful face seem even more lustrous and fair. The Moon God Race's goddess. The Demon Clan people could not help but murmur. The Moon God Race was one of the Demon Clans. The race once had a God Spirit class elite. This race had a God Spirit blood pulse, but not all of them had a God Spirit blood pulse. Back in the day, the direct descendants of the God Spirit had a complete God Spirit blood pulse. It was passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps there was only one God Spirit blood pulse back in the day. Now there were dozens of God Spirit blood pulses. Generation after generation, the God Spirit blood pulse, mortal blood, was modified into a God Spirit blood pulse. Conversely, the mortal blood kept diluting the original God Spirit blood pulse power. It kept diluting. In the end, no one knew how many generations later, the God Spirit blood pulse power would not be left. It would only become a blood pulse that was a little higher than an ordinary blood pulse. However, occasionally there would be a phenomenon similar to atavism. Among the descendants, there would be people with the first generation of God Spirit blood pulse. Now, the complete God Spirit blood pulse had appeared in the goddess. The suppression from the blood pulse made the Yao people's bodies tense. The moon god race. Yun Nuashing squinted his eyes. He was silent for a while. He then opened his mouth and said, "Huh?" The moon god race goddess was clearly shocked. Her silver eyes looked confused. She did not understand what he had said. She tilted her head. After a while, she bowed elegantly to Yun Nuashing and smiled. "I am Yu Ing of the moon god race. This is the first time we have met. I am the human race's Na Ling godly body." Yun Nuashing glanced at her. He was deep in thought. Not all God Spirit blood pulses can speak the language of the mythological era. What he had just said was the language of the mythological era. This was a question he wanted to verify in this life. He wanted to verify the relationship between the mythological era and the God Spirit blood pulses. As for when he was still quarter moon, he did not have the time to research this. In the very ancient era, no one knew the language of the mythological era. The things of that era had disappeared too thoroughly. Almost nothing was left, let alone a language. Then I should be able to confirm it. But if I want to be more certain, I will have to find a blood pulse of that level. That is a bit difficult. In the soul world, Little White yawned and said, "The God Spirit bloodline doesn't necessarily know the language of the mythological era. Perhaps it is the memory fragments of the Sky God bloodline, the ancient Sky God bloodline. This girl who just came out doesn't seem to understand. She doesn't seem to be awakening this language." Yun Nuashing nodded subtly. Then, he glanced at the snow-white figure and said, "Na Ling godly body, Yun Nuashing, I am not a human. What do you want to say?" Yun Nuashing was very suspicious of this God King elite who suddenly jumped out and played him. He did not know what she wanted to do by suddenly appearing. Nothing. I just wanted to talk to you. I do not plan to fight with you. I still want to live for a few more years." Yuing smiled and stroked her snow-white hair. Mei Mao glanced at the abyss below and said meaningfully, "The hearts of the shifters jump." They knew what this meant. It meant that this goddess of the Moon God clan also admitted that she was not as strong as Na Ling godly body. However, they did not say anything. Instead, they respectfully stepped back and made a large space. In the shifters, it was clear that Yu Ing was also a divine beast. As for the strength of her bloodline, Yun Nuashing sensed it slightly. It was probably weaker than Bing Er. After all, the latter was smashed with a lot of fairy items before she was born. The bloodline that was created was not something that ordinary divine beasts could compare with. If she was not as strong as Bing Er, she would not be as strong as Feng Er and Little White. The two of them were one of the orthodox four spirits of heaven and earth. Talk? Yun Nuashing looked confused. He looked at the group of people around him, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Then, he sighed and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. As you can see, this is not a good place to talk." "All right." Yuing curled her lips. Mei Mao glanced at the barrier behind him. She blinked and said, I want to invite the divine dragon behind you to be a guest in the shifter's realm. Yun Nuoxing's eyes immediately narrowed. He took a deep breath and the aura around his body suddenly increased. It was so strong that it was enough to make the space between heaven and earth tremble. Faintly, there was a murderous aura. This aura seemed to have changed completely. It shocked everyone and made them vigilant as if they were facing a great enemy. Don't show such a scary expression. I don't want to be your enemy, Ewing said pitifully. Then, she laughed softly. I don't mean to steal you. I just want to invite you to be a guest in the Moon God clan. If you come with us, our clan will be very happy. We will treat you as guests of honor. Not all shifters are hostile to the human clan. In the ancient times, or rather, in this era, there are also some shifters who are on good terms with the human clan. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing gradually withdrew his darkening aura. He looked at her indifferently and said, The world is about to fall into chaos. Are you trying to rope in helpers in advance? Ewing smiled sweetly and did not comment. Yun Nuoxing also did not change his expression. She was right. After all, the Nine Gods Hall had a long history of friendship with the Blazing Fire Dragon, the Shining Dragon clan. It was also because of him. In the ancient times, he felt that the Shifter's realm might be easier to get along with than the human clan. The matter of the 12 star palaces had lowered his opinion of the various aspects of the human clan. However, this was only a minority. It was also because it was only a minority that he did not completely distort his view of the human clan. Unfortunately, the force I belong to can support itself even without other people, Yun Nuoxing said indifferently. Then, he raised his hand and took out something from his pendant. He threw it to Ewing and said, On the contrary, if you want to come and play, we welcome you. Ewing raised her eyebrows and looked at the colorful object with some confusion. After hesitating for a moment, she waved her hand and caught the object. When she opened it, her expression changed. What appeared in her hand was a square token. It was clearly not a luxurious and special token like Yun Nuoxing's, but a token that symbolized status and representation. Naturally, it represented the Nine Gods Hall. You are the divine son of the Nine Gods Hall? This time, it was Yu Ying's turn to be surprised. This kind of colorful token could only be owned by people of extremely high status in the Nine Gods Hall. It was no wonder that she would think that Yun Nuoxing was the divine son of the Nine Gods Hall. In fact, the latter was the young lord of the Nine Gods Hall. There was a slight difference. As for the realm of the gods, it was at least the strongest force of the human race on the surface. The monster realm and demon realm knew it very well. They either listed it as their number one enemy or as a force to avoid. Ewing was very surprised because the receptive spirit godly body did not belong to any force on the surface. No one would have thought that he would silently join the Nine Gods Hall and become the divine son of the Nine Gods Hall. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes as a silent acknowledgement. He did not explain the situation in detail. The two of them communicated through voice transmission. Therefore, no one knew what they were talking about. Ewing rolled her eyes a few times. After a moment, she covered her mouth and giggled. Her smile could topple a city. Countless people were stunned by her smile. She did not look like a demon at all. There were no characteristics of the demon race on her body. She was completely in the form of a human. Okay, I will definitely pay a visit another day, Ewing said with a smile. Then, the space around her collapsed slightly. She bowed slightly and said, Then I will take my leave today. I won't disturb you anymore. Everyone, Yun Nuoxing. He suddenly felt that this girl should be very compatible with Chu Yingzhan. Chapter 955. The goddess of the Moon God clan disappeared after appearing for a short while. No one knew what she and Yun Nuoxing talked about in secret. They only felt that it was a good conversation. However, this was only a small interlude. After the interlude, everything returned to normal. In a normal battle, rumble. The violent battle continued. Yun Nuoxing was surrounded by a large group of people and was exhausted from dealing with them. These people were all divine kings and even divine emperors. If there was only one of them, it would be fine. However, when there was a group of such experts and all of them were holding a mid-grade divine artifact, he had to raise his spirit and concentrate. Moreover, he only had less than half of his strength left. He did not dare to use a large-scale destructive profound art. It seemed like there was someone here who had a high-grade divine artifact that focused on defense. If his full-strength attack was blocked, he would fall into an abnormally difficult and bitter battle. He couldn't retreat. Behind him was the barrier. His family was also in a deep state of cultivation. He had to at least hold on until they were in good condition. Damn it. Didn't you all run away when you heard my name before? Why are you all bothering me now? Yun Nuoxing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and felt bitter in his heart as he slapped away a divine emperor who had rushed forward to fight him. Spiritual divine body. Where is your divine artifact? Why don't you take it out? Are you looking down on us? A human expert with a grade 6 divine bow took advantage of the chaos to shoot an arrow. He had no choice but to use his mind to defend himself. This wasn't a simple energy attack. He couldn't absorb it. Bah! I don't even need a divine artifact to deal with scum like you. Yun Nuoxing licked his lips and said coldly as he slashed the 1,000-feet-long arrow into two with his sword. Yun Nuoxing felt bitter in his heart. What he didn't tell Xian and the others was that although he could use a divine artifact with the divine pattern tree temporarily removed from his body, without the divine pattern tree, he couldn't exert more power than the divine artifact as before. If an ordinary person used a divine artifact, they could only exert 60% of the power. If it was a natal divine artifact, they could only exert 80% of the power. As for the spiritual divine body, he could exert 2 or even 3 times the power of a divine artifact. This was a further enhancement after reaching the small success level. His understanding of the divine artifact had reached a higher level. He could also activate the hidden external energy circuit and exert more power than a divine artifact. Before reaching the small success level, he could only exert 100% of the power of a divine artifact. Now, without the divine pattern tree, he could only exert 90% of the power. However, the consumption of energy had increased tremendously. If he could kill all of them at once, it would be fine. Some of them were even sneakily hiding in the back and shooting arrows. Buzz! A huge talisman flew towards him. Yun Nuoxing glanced at it. The power of his eyes allowed him to analyze that it was a sealing talisman. However, he wasn't afraid and still broke it with a single slash. The power of the fusion of the 12 elements isn't something that you can withstand, Yun Nuoxing muttered in his heart. He raised his spirits and hurriedly retreated, dodging several arrows that were flying towards him. Between heaven and earth, huge spell matrices suddenly appeared and enveloped this part of heaven and earth. Several spell matrices that were thousands of feet in size enveloped Yun Nuo planet. There was no one else in this area. He was just wondering why no one rushed forward. It turned out that there was a backup plan. Take this. You can go to hell and regret your arrogance. The people who used the combined attack array roared. The seals in their hands changed violently. The arrays started to rotate uniformly. Waves of terrifying energy crazily condensed within them. This is a divine grade 6th level array formed by a divine artifact. Your divine body's devouring power is useless. It's your honor to die here. That person roared angrily. The other 4 divine kings clapped their hands together and a shout spread through the sky. Myriad tribulation burning sky array. It was as if thousands of tribulations had fallen from the sky and erupted from several arrays. The powerful energy even triggered the violent power of heaven and earth in the yin-yang world. Then, huge fist and palm prints with the power of various elements burst out from it. The sea of fire burned the sky and the thunderbolts were powerful. The energy light dyed the place white and almost blinded everyone's eyes. In the array in the sky, there was a huge thunderbolt spear that cut through the sky and stabbed down. Rumble! Thousands of kinds of energy exploded in an instant. The bright and dazzling energy light was like a scorching sun in the sky. The extremely powerful light made the moon in the sky lose its luster. The entire yin-yang world dimmed. The space collapsed. A huge energy storm that was thousands of feet in size swept out from it, tilting the violent power in all directions. How is it? Is he dead? A group of people retreated far away. They watched the raging energy storm destroy the arrays. Feeling the powerful energy, their pupils narrowed slightly. Some people could not help but ask. The divine kings who worked together to form the combined attack array were panting. In front of them, there was a thing that was the size of a head. It was shaped like a disc, emitting powerful energy. However, at this time, it also quieted down quietly. Those people were also dispirited. Launching such a powerful attack had consumed all their strength. Our sex formation disc can be used to launch and strengthen a combined attack formation. A few of us have used it to defeat a heavenly god. The formation disc doesn't release a pure energy attack. No matter how strong the receiving spirit godly body is, it will definitely fall. The person who seemed to be the leader wiped his sweat and sneered. "Oh, you are so sure that I will die?" In the storm, a faint laughter suddenly rang out, causing the person's expression to turn sluggish. A look of horror flashed across his eyes. Everyone turned their gazes in disbelief and looked at the raging energy storm. Even if they were to be sucked into the energy storm, they would die instantly. Could it be that the divine body of Na Ling click? A snap of a finger resounded through the space. The sound was very abrupt. It should have been obliterated by the raging noise of the energy storm. However, the snap of a finger was clearly heard by everyone. Then, everyone saw the energy storm suddenly tremble and dissipate in an extremely strange manner. It was as if a tornado was torn into two by two huge hands. After the energy storm disappeared, the scene that followed appeared before everyone's eyes. Yun Nuoshing still had half a head of white hair. His 6 colorful wings shone brightly. His aura had not recovered to its peak. Obviously, he did not recover his strength with the help of the energy storm. Instead, he took it head-on. God, this guy is not human at all. Everyone was so shocked that their faces were distorted. They gritted their teeth and their faces were pained. Why couldn't this guy be killed? The Divine King experts who worked together to cast the array were shocked. They had never experienced a situation where the array disc failed. They immediately turned around and left. The divine body of Na Ling was too abnormal. That pair of eyes that were filled with divine light stared straight at them, treating them as prey. Bang! A violent sound of air exploding suddenly erupted in the crowd. All they saw was a mass of energy crazily converging and then exploding in an instant. Moreover, that mass of energy had exploded at the same time as the absorption. The terrifying energy shock wave shook everyone, causing them to stagger and fly backward. As for the few array masters who were at the center of the energy shock wave, they were directly shaken to death. The light of the energy explosion disappeared. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and retracted his palm. His eyes that were filled with the will of reincarnation stared at everyone. Black energy was surging around his body. He smiled evilly and said, "Who's next?" Everyone was horrified and broke out in cold sweat. However, no one retreated immediately. A group of people approached Yun Nuoshing carefully. The people here were all young experts of the human race and the demon race. Some of them were even elites among the experts. How could they be allowed to retreat without a fight? Kill! It was unknown who roared. Then, everyone attacked at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. All kinds of divine weapons and divine arts rushed towards Yun Nuashing with overwhelming momentum. Some of them retreated immediately. Their hands formed seals with lightning speed. The energy in their bodies was surging. Obviously, they were preparing for a big killer move. Moreover, it was a killer move with all their strength. Kill! Yun Nuashing also roared. His evil smile suddenly turned into a twisted and ferocious face. A trace of black energy flashed across his colorful eyes and surged out with extremely chaotic and violent energy. He activated the dark shadow world directly. The black energy covered an area of 10,000 feet around him. This was a chaotic zone without any rules. He could release energy at the level of the rules of destruction. When others fell into this zone, they would be as weak as paper. A terrifying battle broke out again. Thousands of experts were holding divine weapons. Every move they made released the strongest energy. This was a battle of life and death. When these people attacked with all their strength, even the gods would feel their scalps tingling. Many people here had the strength to fight against those of a higher level or even a higher level. However, they had never seen such an abnormal person. Kill! 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 Yun Nuashing's eyes turned red. The dark shadow world continued to expand. The energy tide surged towards this place. Anyone who fell into the dark shadow world would be crushed by the huge energy that came from countless directions. Those powerful divine weapons and energy were also constantly attacking his domain, causing the dark shadow world to shake. Raging flames immortal. Demon Emperor fists. Powerful profound arts and divine arts surged with terrifying power. Everyone fought until their eyes turned red. One of them directly passed through the dark shadow realm and fiercely slapped Yun Nuashing's six-winged Yun Nuashing, causing him to stagger and his domain to become unstable. However, that person was also smashed into pieces by his backhand. Stars, fall of thousands of stars. Yun Nuashing roared. In the dark shadow world, thousands of starlight suddenly surged out. It was like a star field. Then, starlight crazily condensed in the sky and descended. The power of these stars was only 10 feet in size. However, the attacks were very concentrated. It was as if thousands of stars were gathering their light at the same time. The starlight pillars fell like raindrops. Kill! Bang! A violent explosion ignited terrifying energy sparks. The violent energy blasted Yun Nuashing's dark shadow world into pieces. He also spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone knew that his domain was invincible. They did not hesitate to detonate their mid-tier divine artifacts to break through his domain. After being blasted out of the dark shadow world, Yun Nuashing's body shot out like an arrow. However, as he flew out, he made up his mind and snapped his fingers. You blew up your divine artifacts. I'll destroy this place. The energy from the starlight gathered crazily on the ground and condensed into a huge array. The red-gold array exploded with extremely violent energy, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. Dark shadow. With a roar, dark flames that were tens of thousands of feet long shot up into the sky from the reddish-gold array like a pillar of fire. The chaotic and violent dark energy distorted the entire world, shattering the laws and space. Under the illumination of the chaotic light, even the moon was dimmed. Destroy! As the hoarse roar fell, a reddish-black light burst out from the array, replacing the black pillar of fire. Moreover, the reddish-black light continued to expand, from a radius of 10,000 feet, expanding outwards. The chaotic and violent energy seemed to be able to overturn the heavens and earth. I'm going to smash the entire starry sky on your heads. Yun Nuashing's eyes erupted with an incomparably violent light. His hair was disheveled and he looked like a madman. His hands formed seals that seemed like they were about to shatter space. A moment later, he ruthlessly smashed an obscure seal into space. He didn't care about whether there was anyone in that space or not and suddenly launched a full-force attack. Star of destruction. In the starry sky, endless star power surged in from hundreds of millions of light-years away. In an instant, it all condensed in the sky, condensing into a huge blue and white ball of blazing energy that was thousands of kilometers wide. However, 2/3 of this energy ball was illusory and ethereal. Clearly, the person who had unleashed this destructive energy ball was already nearing the end of his life. However, even though more than half of its size was illusory, the gigantic ball of energy still began to collapse in an instant. Then, in an instant, the gigantic ball of energy transformed into a 10,000-mile-long, bluish-white energy beam that descended upon the realm of the gods like a heavenly punishment. The gigantic beam of light descended with the power of the entire starry sky, causing the entire realm of the gods to tremble slightly. The blue-white pillar of starlight connected heaven and earth like a huge astral beacon. Terrifying energy halos that were more than 10,000 miles long expanded from top to bottom and scattered on the ground. They turned into violent shock waves that pushed the ground into the distance like waves. The entire yin-yang world was almost submerged in the huge and violent pillar of starlight. It was like an eternal light, causing countless people to tremble in fear. The pillar of starlight only lasted for a short 5 seconds. Yun Nuoxing didn't have the power to maintain its existence at all. In just a short while, his power was almost exhausted. The pillar of starlight suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a flattened ground. The space and ground of the yin-yang world were too hard. This huge and destructive energy only caused it to sink a few hundred meters, but it didn't shatter. It still retained its approximate size. Huff, huff. In the sky, Yun Nuoxing was exhausted. His long colorful hair had turned pale, and his 6 wings drooped weakly. His chest rose and fell rapidly. His eyes were listless as he looked at the ground below. Sweat dripped down like a stream. His weak soul power spread out with some trembling. When he sensed that there was no more life below, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Annihilated, clap clap, the crisp sound of applause rang out in the sky. It was extremely sudden and was especially ear-piercing in the silent sky. It caused Yun Nuoxing to fiercely inhale half a breath of air, as if he was twitching. He turned his gaze with difficulty and saw that not far away, there were a few people standing in the air, looking at him with various gazes. As expected of the spiritual godly body, he fought against the young experts of 2 clans alone and annihilated nearly 10,000 experts, including many young supremes. He's extremely powerful. The man kept clapping with a warm smile on his face. What he said was true. The opening of the yin-yang world had attracted countless young experts. Many of the people gathered here today were super experts of the younger generation, even young supremes. For example, Spirit Emperor Kuan Yuan. After besieging him for such a long time and holding many divine weapons, he still couldn't kill the spiritual godly body. He even killed countless of them. This was really a shocking and brilliant battle record. Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His eyes were slightly blurred. He took a deep breath and raised his spirit. There were still people here. Could it be that these people had been here from the beginning to the end? It's a pity that you were so focused on the battle that you didn't notice that someone was watching from the beginning to the end, the man said with a smile. He glanced faintly at the energy barrier that had sunk a few hundred meters along with the ground. As Yun Nuoxing exhausted his strength, the Imperial God diagram and those barriers also dimmed a little. Sure enough, the person who had been lurking at the back from the beginning to the end and reaped the benefits. Yun Nuoxing gasped for breath. He trembled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was full of exhaustion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind sounded in the surroundings, causing Yun Nuoxing to gasp for breath and feel a little annoyed. He knew it. How could there only be so few people gathered in the yin-yang world? However, there were too many people hiding in the distance to watch the show. At this time, the people who had gathered were a little scared. They had watched the whole battle. In the past, they didn't know much about the divine body, but now they knew that this guy was a freak among freak. A person at the demigod level killed so many divine kings and divine emperors without using any divine artifact. Yun Nuoshing was aggrieved. Being watched by a group of people so unscrupulously, he really wanted to take out his divine sword and slash these people. If it was a netherworld king expert, he would be beaten to death, right? Everyone was scared. Many of the divine artifacts that had just appeared were at the 6th level of the divine level. Although they weren't very lethal to the netherworld king experts, they could still wear down and cause damage. Moreover, there were thousands of them. They could wear down a netherworld king expert to death. A white shadow suddenly rushed up from below, startling everyone. They quickly became vigilant, worried that it was Yun Nuoshing's last move. They were afraid that he would struggle to kill another group of people. However, the white shadow was a white ball. It was extremely fast. It rushed into the sky in an instant and then appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing. With its back to him, it faced the crowd. It was the small beast, the mysterious small beast that had been chased around the Yin-Yang world for a long time. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. The small beast seemed to be very angry. It patted the void with its little paws in a human-like manner, just like a person patting a table. There was an angry expression on its cute little face, as if it was scolding these people for taking advantage of its precarious situation. Unfortunately, no one could understand its beast language. It ran here. The crowd was shocked. They had been looking for it in the Yin-Yang world for a long time. They didn't expect it to jump out by itself at this moment. Seeing that everyone was looking at it with evil intentions, the white round small beast trembled violently. Its fur stood on end, and cold sweat immediately ran down its face. It whined sadly and hurriedly ran to Yun Nuoshing's side. It grabbed his clothes and ran to the top of his head, curling up into a ball. Its 2 cat ears were folded. Everyone was stunned and puzzled. Yun Nuoshing was also dumbfounded. What was this little guy doing here? Was it here to act cute? Was it planning to kill everyone here with its cuteness? At this moment, Xiao Xian, who had been nestled on his neck, suddenly stood up. Then, while Yun Nuoshing wasn't paying attention, she rushed to the top of his head. She swung her 6 big tails and slapped the round small beast down. Her big agile tails stared at it unkindly, and then her tails stood up. Woo woo woo. It was as if she was saying that this was her territory. Woo woo. The round white small beast looked at Xiao Xian aggrievedly. Its 2 small eyes were teary, listless, and its long tail drooped down. It was very cute. Everyone was speechless. What were these 2 little guys doing here? Didn't they know how to read the atmosphere? He hugged Xiao Xian in his arms and rubbed her little head. The white small beast seized the opportunity and jumped onto Yun Nuoshing's head, burying its head. Yun Nuoshing ignored it. Although he didn't know what this round small beast was, it seemed that many people were here for it. However, he couldn't even protect himself at this time. He didn't know why this small beast came to him. If he was hunted all the time, wouldn't it be better to slip away in the chaos just now? Now that it ran out, it was like walking into a trap. Spiritual godly physique. Put down the demonic beast on your head, and we can still let you die a quick death. Someone shouted at Yun Nuoshing fearlessly, taking advantage of the fact that there were many people here. Yun Nuoshing looked up. A sharp divine light shone from his eyes, piercing that person's eyes. His heart twitched and he quickly shrank back. You want to kill me? Yun Nuoshing's smile was extremely bright. Even though he was exhausted and seriously injured by the explosion of the divine weapon, he still stood upright in the sky. Come, I'm standing right here. You want to try and kill me? That dazzling smile was full of bewitchment, and people didn't dare to act rashly. You're not coming? Yun Nuoshing sneered. He hugged Xiao Xian with his left hand, and the netherworld ruined sword slowly appeared in his right hand. If you're not coming, then let me. Chapter 956. Chi. A cold light flashed, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The power of the sword caused the space to collapse, time to collapse, and the laws to cease to exist. PFFF. One figure after another exploded into clouds of bloody mist in midair. Even their divine artifacts were blasted into smithereens. A violent storm of energy swept out, engulfing and devouring everyone in the surroundings. Bang! Yun Nuashing stomped on the space, causing it to crack. She held the netherworld ruined sword in her right hand and swung it out. Everything within 100,000 feet, whether it was energy or life, was annihilated. Come on, come and kill me! Boom! The sword illuminated the sky for 10,000 miles. Wherever the purple-black sword light passed, everything was destroyed and everything ceased to exist. A figure rushed forward crazily, and the saber in his hand emitted a shocking light. However, it was useless. Just when he was 100 feet away, Yun Nuashing held the netherworld ruined sword in a reverse grip and swung it like a dagger. Bang! 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 Large pieces of space were shattered, and that expert was destroyed along with his divine weapon. Countless divine weapons wailed, and there seemed to be thousands of ghosts wailing in this place. The second half of the battle was extremely cruel. Cold light flashed, and hundreds of flowers of blood bloomed. It was extremely horrifying and tragic. This was a one-sided battle, but no one retreated. Some people even forgot why they participated in this battle. They watched as Yun Nuashing swung her sword and turned a large number of experts into ashes, and a chill ran down their spines. There was no weakling on the battlefield. Some of them would at least become underworld emperors or demon emperors in the future. However, at this moment, no one could get within 100 feet of Yun Nuashing. Regardless of whether they were holding a divine weapon or not, the sword would cause countless flowers of blood to bloom. This was a merciless slaughter. Come and kill me. I'm right here. Don't you want to kill me? Step by step, Yun Nuashing took heavy steps towards the barrier. Her breath was getting weaker and weaker. She was already very tired. Even if she reversed the power of the divine weapon and poured it into her body and activated the external energy circuit of the netherworld ruined sword, her body would tremble every time she swung the sword. This was overdraft. She was struggling at death's door, although the degree of her dying breath was astonishing. No one could stop her. The strongest immortal emperors here, even with powerful divine weapons, were severely injured by her sword. The others couldn't even resist and were turned into ashes. One breath was equal to 10 lives. Clang! A cold light that carried the aura of death shot from the sky and pierced down from the top like a divine sword. It was so fast that it was difficult to catch sight of it. In a flash, it appeared on the top of his head. Clang! Bang! He turned around and slashed the world with his sword. His movements were smooth, and he did not look like a severely injured person at all. A huge arc of sword light swept across the world, blooming a 10,000-foot-long spatial crack. It was like a huge mouth that could devour people. It was incomparably terrifying. The divine sword collapsed in an instant, and even the person who controlled the sword exploded into a cloud of blood. Clang! Countless fists, palms, swords, and axes covered the sky and covered the earth. They were all aimed at Yun Nuashing from all directions. Void reversal. With a soft cry, all of the attacks that had covered the sky and covered the earth like raindrops suddenly trembled. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the attacks abruptly changed direction and rushed back in the direction they had come from, striking back into the crowd. Flames of energy lit up the sky. Suddenly, shrill screams resounded through the sky. Blood rained down from the sky. It looked like hell. The sky was dark. Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain from the backlash made him suck in a cold breath. He gritted his teeth and let out a low roar. The bright golden blood from his mouth stained the netherworld ruined sword. He slashed with the sword. The golden sword light pierced through the sky. Hundreds of people were grazed by the terrifying sword light and died on the spot. Bang! Many strong cultivators roared. They took advantage of this moment to attack Yun Nuashing. They threw out a few punches and palms, sending him flying. Dozens of wounds appeared on his body. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been crushed into powder, just like the bloody mist that exploded. However, he managed to survive. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. "It's about time for you to die." A figure that was as huge as a demon emperor spoke. His body was stained with golden blood. He was one of the few people who had attacked him. Yun Nuashing grinned. The golden blood dyed his teeth golden. He suddenly stopped flying. He roared and spun in the air like a top. The netherworld ruined sword slashed through the air with an extremely violent force. He then turned and slashed with the sword again. Two sword lights formed a cross and swept through the air. Those who touched it were instantly destroyed by the chaotic energy. Even emperor gods did not dare to touch that chaotic energy. Final struggle. The demon emperor flashed and appeared in front of Yun Nuashing. He threw out a punch with an angry face and landed heavily on the latter's chest. Yun Nuashing spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was ferocious. Divine light bloomed in his eyes. A reincarnation will instantly penetrated the demon emperor's eyes. Sink into reincarnation. The rainbow-colored divine light instantly pierced through the demon emperor's soul. His expression suddenly trembled, and his gaze instantly became unfocused. The aura of his soul was annihilated, and his body, which still had life in it, fell straight down without a soul. Everyone was astonished. What kind of Xian skill was that? It could kill someone with one glance. That beast was one of the strongest cultivators here. He could exchange a punch for a life, but it only made Na Ling spit out a mouthful of blood. That kind of result made people shiver. It's about time for him to fall. Why aren't you dead yet? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This fierce battle was too tragic. Heaven and earth were stained with blood. Countless people died. Every one of them was extremely powerful among the younger generation. However, they were all killed by Yun Nuashing alone. Tens of thousands of divine weapons were destroyed, but he had held on for so long and had not fallen. He was already covered in wounds. He was at the demigod level, but he was repeatedly killed by divine kings and divine emperors with divine level 5 and level 6 divine weapons. Tens of thousands of people. With such a lineup, it would not be a problem to kill divine gods or even netherworld kings. However, from the beginning to the end, Yun Nuashing was in his peak state and fought until he was exhausted. In the second battle, he should have been exhausted and died. In the end, he killed until the heavens and earth cried. The number of people who died was even more than the number of people in the first battle. Although his injuries were getting more serious, he was getting crazier and braver. This guy is not human. Countless people were trembling in fear. How could he be so unreasonable to this extent? Even if the divine sword's sword light slashed across 100 feet from him, he would die. Even his divine weapons would explode. Yun Nuashing staggered and almost knelt in the sky a few times. However, he could not fall. If he fell, he probably would not be able to stand up again. Xiao Xian and that round small beast were very flustered. They did not know what to do. They did not have the strength to fight at all. They could only pull Yun Nuashing and quickly retreat. Yun Nuashing was covered in blood. He took a deep breath and took out a bunch of things from his pendant. Without even looking, he threw them all behind him and swung the netherworld ruins sword fiercely. Everyone was stunned. After a moment they saw clearly. In an instant even their hair stood on end. They hurriedly retreated. Those were the divine level 5 and 6 divine weapons that Yun Nuoshing had seized. There were hundreds of them. At this moment, he took them all out to explode. Boom! The cold light of the sword shocked heaven and earth. Hundreds of divine weapons exploded in an instant. A huge energy storm that was 100,000 feet tall stood between heaven and earth. It spread out majestically. Terrifying energy poured down from the sky and swept countless people into it. That terrifying energy caused all the divine weapons of those who were swept into it to explode. It was like a chain reaction. The energy storm became even more violent, as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. Squeak, squeak. While heaven and earth were in chaos, Xiao Xian's 6 tails wrapped around Yun Nuoshing's arm. She hurriedly rushed toward the barrier below. That white small beast was also desperately pushing her from behind. Everything that happened today was like a legend. These divine kings and divine emperors were all existences that could kill divine underworld experts. They also had the strength to fight against celestial deities. However, they fell here like cannon fodder. Yun Nuoshing killed one person with one sword, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The storm of energy only lasted for a short while. Even if the energy from the explosion of several hundred mid-grade divine artifacts was doubled, it still couldn't compare to the violent energy from the Netheruan sword. It could only stop the group of experts for a short while before it was forcefully torn apart. However, there were still a few dozen people who were caught off guard and were swept into the storm. We've already come this far. Are we going to stop now? Everyone hesitated when they saw Yun Nuoshing rushing toward the barrier. He had killed too many people today. It was too terrifying. Who knew what would happen if they continued chasing him? However, if they stopped now, he looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Although they thought he was about to run out of oil a few minutes ago, the result was that he had killed nearly 10,000 of them. What kind of place would a dying person be able to do this? Kill! In the end, the greed and killing intent in their hearts prevailed. Countless people chased after him. They were so fast that they almost reached him in an instant and bombarded him with energy. The white small beast saw this and suddenly let out a low cry. It looked at the golden barrier that was close at hand and suddenly pushed Yun Nuoshing with its little claws. It was about to withdraw and block all the energy. Wu, however, before it could run out, Yun Nuoshing's wings wrapped around it, causing it to let out a cry. During this process, there was an overwhelming amount of violent energy flying toward it from behind. It pierced through the space and poured down like a torrential rain. Some of it was already close to him and was about to hit him. Boom! An extremely hot and dazzling pillar of light, like the light of destruction from 1,000 suns, suddenly bloomed with a temperature that could burn the void. The huge golden energy pillar fell from the sky like the light of judgment and landed on the ground. Dazzling golden sparks and ashes floated in the air with the light pillar. It was like the divine light of the beginning of heaven and earth, extremely dazzling. Ah! The blazing pillar of light carried the power to incinerate all things, engulfing everyone. The golden flames were like a prairie, adhering to their bodies. Miserable roars immediately rang out. The terrifying golden flames were even able to incinerate divine artifacts into ashes. Bang! A violent storm suddenly swept up, bringing with it the blazing golden pillar of fire. Its power was increased by dozens of times, and it slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. The wind swept up the golden flames and quickly spread across the ground, churning into the air. It was as if the entire world was burning. Yun Nuoshing gasped for breath. His left eye was drenched in blood, and his vision in his right eye was blurry as well. He barely managed to turn around, and he saw another icy storm suddenly descend. Icy clouds covered the sky, and deadly ice crystals rapidly spun down. Every single ice crystal could easily pierce through the defenses of a god king, and in this space, there were thousands of ice crystals. Together with the golden flames, They were even more powerful. Ding ding dang dang. Inside the huge golden pillar of light, there was an energy barrier that blocked the berserk golden flame tornado. The ice crystals that were the size of an arm collided with the barrier, producing a crisp sound. In a short period of time after the sudden attack, the crowd quickly reacted. They used their divine artifacts to support a powerful defense, blocking these powerful attacks. They didn't lose too many people. Although these powerful attacks couldn't break through the defense of their divine artifacts, they were successfully delayed by these attacks. If it was a divine underworld expert who didn't have a divine artifact outside, they would have been burned alive or smashed to death. Finally awake, Yun Nuoxing gasped for breath and coughed up a mouthful of blood. She clenched her teeth and controlled her broken body to retreat. Finally, she entered the barrier. Little star. Several panicked shouts came from behind her. Yun Nuoxing did not even have the strength to respond. The oval barrier had already returned to normal. The 9 energy pillars inside had also dissipated. The situation inside had also become blurry. After Xian and the others finished cultivating, the barrier was about to return to its original state. A fragrant wind blew past him. He felt himself falling into a soft embrace. However, he could no longer tell who it was from his various senses. Just as he was about to faint, he struggled to take out the formation book. He did not even have the strength to throw it into the sky. He could only silently chant in his mind and let go of the book to let it fall. The real world and the illusory are separated, Buzz. The formation book fell to the ground. With a plop, an even more powerful formation array replaced the 6 energy barriers. Tiny rays of light shot out from the formation book and landed in the surroundings. They exploded into energy ripples and completely enveloped the area. After this step was completed, Yun Nuoxing's arm hung limply by her side. If it were not for the fact that there was still a trace of life left in his body, Chu Yingzhan would have thought that this guy had breathed his last. Ziyen hugged him and landed in a fluster. Ming Ming and the other girls also hurriedly surrounded him. They took out silk handkerchiefs, and their jade-like hands trembled as they wiped his beautiful face that was covered in blood. Seeing him, who was usually incomparably confident, fall into such a sorry state, their beautiful eyes turned a little red. "He's seriously injured," Qin Yen said in a low voice as she grabbed Yun Nuoxing's wrist with her jade-like hand. She hurriedly examined him, and when she saw that he was covered in cuts and bruises, she gasped and her chest tightened. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't injured. "What do we do? Brother Yun won't die, right?" Yu was so anxious that she wanted to cry. She pinched her skirt helplessly. Little Moon hugged her tightly and murmured, "He'll be fine. Big brother will be fine." She seemed to be comforting Yu, but it was more like she was comforting herself. Xian sniffled and shook her head. The power of the 5 elements flowed from her body into Yun Nuoxing's body and healed the wounds all over his body. She had just hugged Yun Nuoxing, so there was a lot of golden blood on her body. Her hand that was holding Yun Nuoxing's hand could not stop trembling. However, she still forced a smile and said, "Your brother Yun is very strong. He won't die so easily. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Look, this guy has already lived for more than 70 years. He can still live on. There won't be a problem." Chu Yingzhan spoke very casually. If it weren't for the fact that everyone could see her anxious and uneasy gaze and her jade-like legs trembling uncontrollably, they would have been fooled by her calm appearance. Ming was also mobilizing his divine power to heal Yun Nuoxing. However, there were too many auras entangling Yun Nuoxing's body. Everyone could sense that there were at least 10,000 auras entangling his body. What kind of injuries did he suffer? His body was pierced and torn, and even his 6 wings were cracked. The Divine Pattern Tree. Send Big Brother to the Divine Pattern Tree. He will recover the fastest, Ming quickly said when he recalled how Yun Nuoxing had used the Divine Pattern Tree. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they also quickly recalled what had happened. As the saying went, being overly concerned would cause one to panic. Yun Nuashing would recover the fastest if he was in the divine pattern tree. Immediately, a group of people lifted him up in a flurry and brought him to the side of the flower on the divine pattern tree. Before they could think of how to put him in, the divine pattern tree split open by itself. Divine patterns stretched out and wrapped Yun Nuashing up, pulling him into the tree. The results were immediate. Almost at the same time that the divine pattern tree's opening closed, everyone could feel the energy of heaven and earth gathering rapidly. A faint life aura could be felt coming from the tree. They could clearly sense that it was gradually becoming stronger. Phew! Feeling that the life aura was gradually recovering, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, their clothes were drenched in sweat. I told you that a scourge lives for 1,000 years. This guy is like a cockroach that can't be killed. Chu Yingzhan said in a very relaxed manner, but her tone was clearly relaxed. Even her tensed body had loosened up. At the side, Xiao Xian and the chubby small beast also heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment, Xiao Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. She fiercely glared at the chubby small beast, scaring it so much that its ears stood up. It cried out in shock and turned to run away. Xiao Xian also howled and chased after it like the wind. After heaving a sigh of relief, Nightmare's expression became terrifyingly gloomy again. He looked at Yun Nuashing, who had already stabilized, and muttered to himself for a while. Then, he said, "I'll go out and take a look. You guys stay with the boss. I'll go too. I have a way to share some of the energy tides in the yin-yang world." Yuan Shi hurriedly said. Nightmare nodded. The two of them rushed out of this place together. They needed to know what had happened during this period of cultivation. How could Yun Nuashing be injured like this? What was with the tens of thousands of energy auras left in her body? They were very suspicious when they thought of the scene they saw the moment they woke up. Could it be that they had fought? This place could no longer be seen from the outside. The energy had calmed down. The power that cut illusion and reality had turned this place into an illusion. It was untouchable. It was a bit like the place where the pillar of creation was located. It was extremely hidden. Unless it was someone who was allowed to come in, if others wanted to force their way in, they had to at least master the power of the rules. The energy storm outside gradually stopped. Yuan Shi and Nightmare took advantage of the chaos to go out from the side. Not long after, experts such as Shen Ming and divine gods appeared in this place. They surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, no one could find the space that had been cut apart. That space was not something that even an Emperor God expert could find easily. The number of people gathered here suddenly increased. The energy tides in the yin-yang world had been severely depleted. The energy concentration had dropped by several levels. It was not as dangerous as before. The air was filled with the smell of blood, reminding everyone of the fierce battle that had just happened. So many young experts had fallen here, causing a faint black gas to fill this place. It was as if vengeful spirits were lingering here. Spiritual godly body. In the end, he escaped. Korn Yuan and the demon clan suffered heavy losses. One of the young supreme masters of Korn Yuan also died in battle. If the high-level gods don't come out, no one should be able to stop him. I don't know what those big shots in the divine world think. None of the spiritual godly bodies recorded in the ancient books are as exaggerated as his. He's only a demigod now. When he steps into the primary god level, his physique will be further improved. I'm afraid there will be very few people who can stop him. Speaking of which, it's almost time. When the receptive spirit godly body reaches the initial godly level, it's the time to hunt. In the past, the receptive spirit godly bodies all died at this time. Only one or two of the first generation managed to reach great success. After the first generation, there were no more receptive spirit godly bodies. The news that happened in the Inyang world was not and could not be concealed. The encirclement of tens of thousands of people, and the fall of tens of thousands of experts of the younger generation of the human clan and the demon clan had caused a great uproar. It could not be concealed at all. Soon it spread out. First, it spread to the Water Cloud City, then to the Spiritual Martial City in the center of the Kuan-Yuan region in an instant, and then to the other 4 major regions. In less than half a day, it would spread throughout the divine world. This speed of spreading was many times faster than the speed of the news of the birth of the demon world. Such shocking news naturally gave rise to different reactions in the other regions. Their reactions were also different. Those who were hostile all frowned. Anyway, when the news was sent back to the 9 divine temples, the Golden Empress was already cursing. She was about to take the golden vase and other eternal divine weapons to overturn the Kuan-Yuan region. However, she was stopped by Palace Master Jean and the others, who were covered in cold sweat. Ha ha! Ning Qianxue smiled very kindly. Her pretty face was so dark that half of the East Sea would be dyed black if she washed it. Because the darkness was too frightening, the chuckle caused the hall masters to shiver. Come, let's go together. Ning Qianxue pulled the Golden Empress and prepared to kill her way to the Kuan-Yuan region, which made everyone smile bitterly. However, this matter was still reprimanded by the others. They knew that these two wanted to avenge Yun Nuoxing. Moreover, they were angry. He was surrounded by tens of thousands of young experts with a lot of divine weapons. In the end, he was almost crippled. This made them frown. Logically speaking, Little Star should not be afraid of them, even if they have tens of thousands of divine weapons. How could? Palace Master Jean was distressed and puzzled. However, soon they contacted Xian and the others through Jade Slip. The latter and the others also explained the matter in detail. When they were talking, Yuan Shi and Nightmare's expressions were still strange. This news also shocked them. Spirit absorbing divine body. Oh, at least Little Star consumes energy. After removing the divine patterns, it will affect the various aspects of energy. He wasn't lying when he said that he can still use divine weapons. It's just that without the divine patterns, regardless of whether he uses divine weapons or other combat methods, his strength will decrease and his energy consumption will increase. His starfall was blocked by a level 8 divine weapon. To put it bluntly, he removed the divine pattern tree for you guys to cultivate. In the end, it was Zai, who had watched the whole process, who jumped out and spoke. One sentence made Xian and the others fall silent. Well, that idiot will definitely not say it. I will tell you while he is unconscious. Zai spread out his hands and returned to Yun Nuoxing's soul after saying this, leaving the group of people in the Divine Prefecture and the Inyang world in a mess. Chapter 957. In the Inyang sky, in the secret boundary, endless energy rose and filled the place with energy mist. This place was like a hidden paradise. The huge energy condensed into a huge whirlpool in the sky. The whirlpool was huge, but it wouldn't go out of this sealed space. The divine pattern tree in the center rustled. Xian and the others, who were guarding beside the divine pattern tree, didn't dare to enter a deep cultivation state at will this time. They would wake up every once in a while. Ziyi had told them about the movement of 9 divine patterns at full power at the same time. They didn't expect there to be such a strong movement. They sighed in admiration, but when they saw Yun Nuoxing was still sleeping in the divine pattern tree, they sighed again. Those people are walking around here all day like flies. Can we swat them to death? Seeing a group of people surrounding this place, Chu Yingzhan was a little impatient. She raised her jade-like hand and made a swatting motion. The barrier that separated illusion and reality made this place exist between illusion and reality. People outside couldn't touch this place. Even if they passed through it, they wouldn't feel anything. There are divine underworld experts, divine gods, and divine level 7 or 8 divine weapons outside. Can you go and swat them? Ming said helplessly. They were also annoyed by the people outside. They couldn't see or find anything. There were no traces at all, but they still didn't leave. People always use persistence and patience in strange places. Yuan Shi, who was sitting cross-legged, also sighed helplessly. It's been 3 days. Soon, they will disperse when they can't hold on anymore. Nightmare chuckled. Also, when Boss wakes up, he can leave using the teleportation formation. He can leave quietly. Everyone nodded. Xian blinked at Mei Mao and stared at the divine pattern tree for a long time. She turned to look outside and frowned slightly. Many experts of the older generation are here. Well, the news of Little Star's fierce battle here has spread to several other large regions, including the Yinyang world. Before this, the Yinyang world was only famous in the Kuan-Yuan region. Many people came here to take a look and cultivate. There's still some time before the energy tide in the Yinyang world. Yuan Shi said. In the past few days, he had been sneaking out from time to collect information. He was not worried that someone would see them. In fact, no one would see them. Ming had been staring at the divine pattern tree the whole time. At this moment, Xian reached out and patted her on the head. She came back to her senses and turned her head. Xian smiled at her. It's all right, don't be too nervous. You'll wake up soon. Ming also smiled as she nodded. She ran her fingers through her silver-white hair, and her golden eyes were still fixated on the divine pattern tree. A trace of self-reproach could be seen in her eyes. Originally, she wouldn't have sunk into such a deep state of cultivation. She still had to watch over everyone else. Who would have thought that because of a moment of carelessness, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If she had fought alongside her brother back then, she would have been able to lessen the pressure on him. Speaking of which, what is this thing that's as fat as a ball? Yuan Shi pointed at the round white small beast lying not far in front of Xian. He asked curiously, "This little guy has been here for 3 days. Did Little Star bring it back?" Gg. As soon as he said this, Xiao Xian, who was curled up in Bing Er's arms, jumped up. Its 6 tails stood up and it shouted to refute. However, everyone was confused and did not know what it was saying. Bing Er understood. She rolled her eyes and said, "Xiao Xian said that this ball suddenly appeared when father was exhausted. It's round and quite cute." Ziyen picked it up and looked at it with a smile that was as beautiful as a flower. Her jade-like hands stroked its fur, and the little white ball immediately let out a comfortable cry. Its ears and tail trembled unceasingly. After playing with it for a while, the thing that Yuan Shi called the white ball jumped down from Xian's arms. It stretched on the ground like a cat and walked 2-step. Then, Nightmare grabbed it and tossed it around. The white ball also found it fun and cried out happily. "So what is this thing?" Nightmare looked at it strangely for a while. He did not have any impression of it. He threw it to Qin Yen, who was as quiet as a jade sculpture, and said, "Is there any record of it in the Qin family?" Qin Yen froze for a moment, then reflexively reached out and caught the white ball. She looked at it strangely for a while, then hesitated for a moment. She poked its belly with her jade-like fingers, then pinched its 4 little paws. The soft feeling made her beautiful eyes light up. This little thing's soft and cute appearance had a mesmerizing effect on men and women, old and young. Even Qin Yen, who had calmly ascended to immortality, couldn't resist it. She reached out and played with it with her 10 fingers. After a while, Qin Yen felt the subtle change in everyone's expression. She blushed and shook her head. "I've never seen it." Then, she turned her gaze to Yuan Shi. "What about the Yuan family?" Yuan Shi helplessly spread out his hands. "Unfortunately, I've never seen it either." Xian and Ming were also very curious. They could only look at Bing Er. Does Bing Er know? What made them feel helpless was that Bing Er also shook her head. "However," she said, "although I don't know what it is, Its bloodline fluctuations are not inferior to mine. This sentence shocked everyone. Bing Air was a mythical beast. Its bloodline was extremely powerful. It had also been strengthened by Yun Nuashing with various fairy items. Its bloodline was even more powerful. Except for Feng, and Little White, it was stronger than other mythical beasts. Now, there was a little creature whose bloodline fluctuations were not inferior to hers. This was a bit mysterious. I heard some news. It has something to do with this ball. Yuan Shi suddenly remembered. A few days ago, a few days before the Little Star battle, the Kuan Yuan spiritual emperor and many others were looking for this demonic beast. Maybe the Kuan Yuan spiritual emperor knows something. Nightmare said, the spiritual emperor was killed by the angry boss. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly. Everyone looked at the white ball rolling around on the ground. They were all puzzled. This fellow was like a cat, but not a cat. It was like a ball. Listening to its comfortable whimpers, everyone was satisfied. This little fellow was so cute. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Suddenly, the infatuated expression on his face disappeared. Yuan Shi raised his head in astonishment. He looked at the divine pattern tree and then, at everyone. He scratched his head. Well, I'm being paranoid. The sky was a chaotic reddish-black color. The two suns were dim without any light and looked sickly. Without their dazzling outer shells, only two dim spheres were left hanging in the sky. On the ground, black smoke drifted and spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy occurred on the horizon. A city collapsed in their line of sight. The massive defensive barrier was as fragile as a piece of paper and would shatter at the slightest touch. The hundreds of billions of mortals in the city cried and screamed as they fled. Even the weak cultivators fell to the ground, their bodies cold and their legs trembling. They could only watch as the shock waves expanded and swept towards them. That was a bustling city with pavilions, palaces, and hundreds of billions of lives. At this moment, a shock wave swept past, and everything was turned into smoke. Nothing was left. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The last moment of hundreds of billions of lives was frozen. It was cast into thousands of scenes that played over and over again. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the void collapsed. The barrier of time was also riddled with holes. The sands of time and the river of time flowed backward through the holes and fell into the present world. The chaotic time storm almost engulfed this world into eternal darkness. Energy gales spanned tens of thousands of light years and gathered in one place. A sunken vortex appeared in the collapsing sky. It was like a black hole that swallowed this world. Hey, wake up! Can you still stand up? Hold on. We have to escape from this hell. The youth with empty eyes was awakened by several people in a daze. He looked at the bones at his feet. Those were his parents. They fell into a pool of blood and no longer had any signs of life. Several people carried the youth on their shoulders and hurried. They moved thousands of meters with each step and flew toward the horizon. The youth's gray eyes reflected the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood. Blood flowed and endless flames spread for hundreds of millions of miles. Mountains collapsed, covering the sea of blood. The earth wailed and opened up abyss after abyss, swallowing the blood and bones, burying them all in the ground. Forget those things. First, you have to live. From today onwards, you have to live on strong. The gods have given up on this world. This realm of the gods is finished. Those beautiful things no longer exist. All that's left is blood and pain. The person said to the youth, "Look at this sinful world. Gods. Gods. Haha, a battle between gods. The gods are destroying this world. They are high and mighty existences, the rulers of all things. They are worshipped by thousands of people. Now they want to destroy this world." It was as if there had once been a magnificent night. The river of stars traversed the night sky. A silver plate hung high. The gentle moonlight dyed the starry sky and scattered the aurora. Heaven and earth collapsed. The stars fell and the sky was torn apart. The fragments of the silver moon turned into a meteor shower and fell to the ground. The falling stars covered all life. In the sky, dragons roared. Their roars shook the mountains and rivers. Millions of races and countless lives soared into the sky. The starry sky was smashed into pieces. The gods' blood and gods' bones were blasted into pieces and scattered to every corner of the void. Millions of holes were smashed into the world. The long river in the void devoured the elements of the world and returned everything to zero. The dazzling flames incinerated all things, turning them into deathly black ashes that fell onto this deathly ground. Even the stars were annihilated into dust. It was like an ancient myth, telling a story that no one knew. The fantasy story of the destruction of heaven and earth and the annihilation of stars did not exist in memory. It was also not left in history. The darkest period would be covered by darkness forever. The eternal war will never stop until heaven and earth are overturned and the world collapses. A nightmarish world. The beautiful scene was vivid in everyone's eyes. It was like an illusion that mocked everyone. A terrifying war broke out at the end of the horizon. Every strand of leaked energy, even if it was 100 billion times weaker, was enough to tear the starry sky into pieces. The exploding stars became the only source of light in this dark night. Endless sparks ignited the starry sky. Yun Nuoshing stood in the starry sky in a daze. He did not know why he was fighting or why these people were attacking him. He was like a passerby, looking at all the ferocious people who were spilling their blood here. Their auras were incomparably powerful, enough to shake the void and the universe. They were like the masters of the world. No one could resist them. Yet, such powerful people were falling in droves in front of him. It was as cheap and meaningless as harvesting wheat. The strange phenomenon of their deaths filled the dark starry sky. It was gorgeous, magnificent, and sorrowful. The enormous resentment distorted the stability of this world. Yun Nuoshing's hands were stained with blood. The golden blood was not his, but someone else's. He waved the weapon in his hand blankly. The fluctuations of the war in the distance were getting more and more intense. It was as if there was a monstrous giant demon there, devouring the blood and bones of the gods. Why? He did not understand the meaning of this war. He did not know what the origin was. He was just blindly killing those who exposed their hostility to him. He was also injured by others. This was a dream, an eternal nightmare. It told him about the ancient war that had happened. It destroyed heaven and earth, and the stars were annihilated. He also became one of the people involved. It was as if he was there. The gods were like ants, and the gods were also very insignificant. Is this something that happened during the Age of Darkness? Or the twilight of the gods during the Age of Mythology? Yun Nuoshing lamented. This war had involved countless worlds. Thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of worlds were destroyed. The center of the battlefield was the realm of the gods. How ironic! The first major world of the Eight Elements realm, the place that countless people yearned for, had now become the source of chaos. The endless war affected tens of millions of worlds in the Eight Elements realm. It even disturbed the other elemental realms. It was the ultimate land of chaos, emitting destruction and death. How many people had died? The unit probably had to be calculated in terms of capital, but that was meaningless. Even the existence of the world had become a unit of measurement in this destructive vortex. How many worlds had this war destroyed? Millions, billions. Half of the void was filled with 6 elemental realms. The barriers of the elemental realms could not be healed. It was as if there was only the great elemental realm before the creation of heaven and earth. Here, explosions were happening in all directions. The world was burning, and there was not a single place in the void that was safe. Countless people had fallen. They might have been mortals, great men, saints, geniuses, or children of destiny when they were alive, but it was meaningless. They were just a speck of dust, so insignificant that they could not cause a ripple in this world. They were just objects attached to a cold unit of measurement. No matter how vigorous they were, there was only death in this place. What do you want to tell me? Yun Nuashing gasped. His sweat and blood mixed together, drenching his clothes. His face was stained with the blood of other lives, which had already formed into hard lumps. His long hair tangled with other people's divine bones. Why do you want me to know? The divine sword pierced through his chest, but he did not even frown. His heart was dug out by a giant claw, but it made his aura even more violent. Why would a heavenly god be afraid of such injuries? Even if his head was pierced through, he could still continue to fight until his life and blood ran out. Fight! With a loud bang, a star condensed from energy exploded. The violent energy covered thousands of light years, turning that area into a vacuum. Even the void no longer existed. Fight! It was as if he had become a member of the dusty history. He was not repeating the events of history. This was just a dream that lasted for eternity. It was a very realistic dream. He could feel the pain, but he could not die. He was only fighting. The Yun Nuashing of the past could not bear these injuries and pain, could not bear this resentment that spanned across galaxies. Then, let Quarter Moon bear it. This was a battle that could not be ended. The memory of fear that remained in his bloodline could not be found, nor could he see the end. The only thing he could do was to keep on fighting. Truly, human lives were like grass. Even heavenly gods could not protect themselves. They were struggling at death's door on the battlefield. There were as many deities as the sand in the sea, but it was only a single explosion of energy. There was no space for the mortals in the myriad realms to exist here. Any energy shockwave was enough to destroy the entire world. Boom! Brilliant sword radiance streaked across the sky, sweeping past from 1,000 li away. Tens of thousands of gods and devils fell, exploding into a bloody mist. A heavenly deity was heavily injured. That streak of energy shattered the space, rampaging through the void, engulfing hundreds of spheres of light. Those spheres of light were directly extinguished, swallowed by the void. Those were all tangible worlds. No one could dominate the battlefield here. Spirit God Supremes were just ants. No matter what deities, no matter if they were heavenly gods whose names shook the void, they were all nameless. In an instant, their existence was released to the extreme. Names, titles, and deity positions were all meaningless. Their bodies died and their Tao perished. The deities perished and their souls were destroyed. This was not the battlefield of deities. Even the heavenly gods could not make the decision. The heavenly gods who looked down on the myriad realms and controlled the void were just a speck of dust in this destroyed primordial realm. Even if they fell and released a vision, it was just a small spark. Look, life is so meaningless. Deities, heavenly gods, they are just measurement units. What have you gained? What is the point of sacrificing your entire life? In the end, it is just death. Ha 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 ha. Kill. Ha ha. Everywhere was a battlefield. Mortals were driven mad, deities were driven mad, deities were driven mad, deities had lost their minds, and everyone had gone mad. The powerful beings that the 8 elements realm had nurtured for countless years were destroying this world in a frenzy. No one could protect this world anymore. Life planets were shattered, galaxies were torn apart, and the starry sky was split in half. The concept of space was eliminated, the sea of time flowed backward, and the barrier of the primordial realm could not be restored. This world was already riddled with holes and was struggling at death's door. Perhaps there was a place that could be called the center of the battlefield. The light there was brighter than the sparks of tens of thousands of worlds. However, no matter who went there, they would die and turn into ashes. No one knew what was inside. That place was cunning enough to take everyone's life. Bang, bang, bang. In the formless and colorless starfield, in this chaotic land of laws, the sound of shattering resounded throughout the entire starry sky. Cracks of unknown length, perhaps extending for hundreds of billions of light years, suddenly exploded. The debris of the collapsed world fell into the present world, smashing non-deities into a bloody mess. This world is going to be destroyed. Yun Nuashing sighed. The first great world of the 8 elements realm couldn't hold on any longer. Even if countless deities and deities had ascended since ancient times, making this world impregnable, it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer under such extreme destruction. It was about to be nibbled and swallowed by the void, just like those annihilated worlds. The explosion of the huge starry sky didn't stop the battlefield for even a fraction of a second. Everyone had gone crazy. The world was burning. As far as the eye could see, there was only burning, exploding, and the blood of deities and the death of deities. I'll do my best. I'll burn the entire void, the entire world. Even if I have to drag the primordial realm down with me, I won't hesitate. In the chaotic and dark starfield, an extremely brilliant light shadow suddenly appeared. An incomparably huge world crack opened behind it, and huge light spheres of thousands of feet in size squeezed in through the crack. Those were worlds, as many as 10,000 of them. They were all contaminated with the aura of that light shadow and were being refined to the extreme. It wanted to use the power of these 10,000 worlds to destroy everything. These worlds have all given birth to deities and deities. The world barrier is incomparably powerful, it's its own world. Those 10,000 worlds are all worlds derived from its creation. Yun Nuashing sighed. Was it going to sacrifice its own 10,000 worlds to unleash its strongest attack, destroying everything in its path? He looked at that extremely brilliant light sphere, but he couldn't see clearly what was inside. What was inside? Could it be the source of this endless war? Boom! A world-shaking explosion shook the chaotic starry sky. Everyone was still for a moment. They saw that the extreme light shadow suddenly ignite itself, and a huge figure that stood between heaven and earth appeared behind it. After that figure appeared, it also burned crazily. The light sphere formed by the world shattered, and endless energy poured into the flames. The 5 divine rings that stood in the starry sky suddenly collapsed. A divine staff stood beside it, and at this moment it let out a mournful sigh. That was the weapon of the deity's divine authority. It was half of the deity's body, and it was also falling apart. That extreme light shadow was risking its life, burning itself to the end. The deity's life-risking attack, gambling everything, burning its life and divine soul. I am reincarnation. Reincarnation. I alone am reincarnation itself. Another person soared into the sky. His 5 divine rings collapsed, and the power of reincarnation swept out like a monstrous storm, killing everyone who came close. He burned his divine body, burned his divine blood and divine soul, and a distorted voice roared out from his body, spreading throughout the starry sky. I am the one who cut off the path of reincarnation, never to be reincarnated. Even if I have to sink into nothingness and chaos forever, I will drag you down. Chapter 958. Burn my bones. Fight to the end. Defy my soul. Press forward with indomitable will. I'm just a moth flying into the fire. Even if I'm smashed to pieces and my reincarnation is cut off, I'm not afraid of death. If you can withstand the wrath of billions of moths, show me what you're made of, bastard. The roar of the heavenly god who had burned thousands of worlds and heavenly god reincarnation was a slogan, but it was more like the beginning of a series of events. Countless heavenly gods did not hesitate to burn their bodies and souls, break their weapons of divine authority, and do everything they could to transform into a pure and violent energy that merged together. They burned everything: divine origin energy, elements, divine soul, divine bones, divine blood, and time. If it was still not enough, then they would bet their lives and the entire world. We are the heavenly gods who suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but we never thought that we would be as insignificant as dust on this battlefield. Even so, I'll do my part as dust. The shock waves of the godly meteors in the distance were unable to affect the atmosphere here. Countless heavenly deities exchanged glances and seemed to have thought of something. Gritting their teeth, the energy in their bodies began to surge rapidly. They actually ignored their enemies. The self-destruction of a heavenly deity couldn't be reversed. This was the most sacred scene, the most terrifying scene. It was unstoppable, unstoppable. Even their opponents could only watch on helplessly or be swept away by the shock waves of the explosion and die together with them. Tens of thousands of heavenly gods and countless other heavenly gods roared angrily. They also wanted to use everything they had to let out the loudest roar at this darkest moment. Even if they died, they wanted to splash their enemies with their blood. So many heroes, so many heavenly gods, they are all high and mighty existences who suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and whose prestige spreads throughout the void in the realm of the gods. Those who could still see this scene all raised their heads. Countless heavenly gods and heavenly gods had self-destructed, lighting up the dark starry sky. There was no discussion. They just happened to have the same idea in an instant. It was just that one of them took the lead, and the entire sky lit up because of it. The light was even more dazzling and dazzling than the light of the entire 8 primordial realms. It's useless. The gap between us is too big. Yun Nuashing blankly looked at the burning dark starry sky. She watched a group of heavenly gods bravely rushing to their deaths. Blood and tears flowed down her face. Countless divine halos rose and shattered. The violent energy almost pierced through the starry sky. What did you say? What's useless? The person beside him flew into a rage and grabbed him by the collar. His face was distorted as he roared at him. We are all heavenly gods. Even the weakest standing here is a god, a heavenly god. We should be overlooking the world and protecting this fragile world. Look at this hopeless place. Look at this hell. Our home has been destroyed. Everyone is sacrificing their lives and burning their blood and bones, just to give that bastard the most vicious blow. We're finished. This world is finished. The glory of the past has all come to an end. On this battlefield, all the gods are servants, and the heavenly gods are soldiers. However, we don't have generals, we're just dead soldiers. The more powerful heavenly gods are just strong ants. That's right, we're ants, but even a group of ants can devour a giant dragon. This is what we should do. This is the meaning of our existence. It's the last bit of meaning we have in our twisted lives. There's no source of hope. We're the last hope of this world. Who else can the powerful heavenly gods beg? We have no choice. We can't retreat. It's not a fight to the death, but a bitter struggle in the soup. If even we turn around and leave, who will control this world, this primordial realm? Him. This heavenly god powerhouse pointed at the white ball of light fiercely and roared at Yun Nuashing. The divine halo behind him also began to collapse. He was also about to launch a desperate attack. You're also a heavenly god. One heavenly god is nothing to be afraid of, but if we combine forces, we can at least make that bastard suffer. He flung Yun Nuashing away. His anger and hot blood gathered in his divine soul and divine blood. His body began to collapse, and he even pulled in 2 or 3 enemies and annihilated them together. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them and let out a long sigh. This was just a dream. It was incomparably real, and it happened in the past. However, things might not be as bad as he thought. Perhaps their combined forces couldn't even break through the other party's defense. That's a powerhouse above the heavenly gods. Just like how the heavenly gods look down on the other gods, it can also look down on all the other gods in the universe. From the very beginning, this battle had no other direction. That heavenly god looked at him coldly. His body rapidly aged and emitted divine light. He was overdrawing the power of time, compressing all the heavenly god's endless lifespan into this moment. He accumulated all the power in his body, enough to launch a world-shaking attack. It doesn't matter anymore. I can't do anything. I can't influence anything. Yun Nuoshing let out a heavy sigh. He was a person in a dream. No matter how realistic this dream became, he couldn't influence what had happened before. Now it was just a story of a broken dream. He sat down cross-legged in the starry sky and looked at the blurry vision that was gradually forming. He looked at the heavenly god who was about to become eternal and said indifferently, "But at least I can fulfill your wishes. Go, take this in charge. Before your soul burns out, burn this flame to the 9 heavens and 10 earths." With a wave of his hand, a black guqin suddenly appeared on his lap. The dark and deep colors of the 7 strings seemed to be flowing, revealing a strange color. Behind Yun Nuoshing, a terrifying aura of primal chaos erupted. The energy that could overturn the rules of the world and destroy everything made the starry sky fall silent. Clang! Strands of guqin music drifted out. The elements of primal chaos violently surged like boiling water. The violent aura dyed Yun Nuoshing's long hair a deep black. Black runes appeared on his body and clung to various parts of his body. Behind him, 5 divine halos appeared, also dyed in a dark color. The faint guqin music didn't have a climax or a prelude. It was only a low sound that seemed a little messy. There was no rhythm at all. It didn't seem like music. It sounded like a guqin player who was casually plucking the strings when he was upset, making noisy guqin music. It was low and dispirited, but it also seemed like an ending. It was a final note for the music that was about to be extinguished. It was like a lingering sound that was gradually dissipating, reverberating alone in the void and in the primal chaos. The guqin music surged with the great Tao, communicated with the rules of the world and transformed the power of the world. The rules no longer existed. Suddenly, everything that happened in the starry sky became strange and motley. There were no rules in this world to speak of. The battle of heavenly gods had broken all the concepts and elements in this world, reversing the rules. The heavenly gods themselves had become the representatives of the rules, binding the fragile rules of this world. When the low and gentle music drifted out, the rules of this world underwent a strange change. That heavenly god was startled. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. "What? Can't I also do my part?" It was as if he didn't know what was about to happen. He could still laugh at the last moment, laughing as he welcomed death. This was a cry that he had given up on reincarnation. He would rather fall into eternal oblivion. This was the only time in all of eternity. Even if I die, I have to fight. This is the only chance. How can I die without seeing the enemy? There's no time to see the next life. Forget it, let's part ways here. Even if my divine soul is burned and I become a mortal soul, escaping from eternal reincarnation, it doesn't mean that we can't meet again. We'll meet again in the mortal world. Tens of thousands of forces are gathered here. I am also a heavenly god. I fight for this world. How can I let you die alone? Extremely powerful energy auras came from all directions. They were burning and emitting the loudest roars in this world. Have they given up on all the battlefields and gathered here? Yun Nuoshing could sense that in the void, many extremely powerful beings were charging toward this place with the momentum of self-destruction. Even if some of their auras were already very weak, they were still burning with the brightest sparks. This void was about to be burned to ashes. The beings that had nurtured an entire era were about to release the most brilliant flames at this moment. These heavenly gods, even if they knew that they were going to die, Even if they knew that there was no way for their divine souls to return, they were still like moths to a flame. They resolutely chose to self-immolate. Tens of thousands of moths burned themselves, willing to burn up their eternal lives and contribute a tiny bit of power that was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Who are you? Tens of millions of God's Park weapons and divine authority weapons collapsed. A sea of light gathered from every corner of the endless void. This place was about to be drowned in the most sacred light. Even the great demons, demon gods, and heavenly demon gods erupted with the most sacred light at this moment. The most divine and holy light was enough to make any heavenly god feel ashamed of their inferiority. Why did you transmit this dream to me? The enemy heavenly deities were doing their best to stop this grand heavenly deity sacrifice. However, when the heavenly deities reached their limits, they abandoned everything, igniting their own bodies. None of this could be stopped, they would only be engulfed in it, becoming another spark in the cannon fire. Yun Nuashing sat cross-legged in the void and played the zither without any distracting thoughts. Her slender fingers danced on the surface of the zither. The lingering sounds of primal chaos didn't have any high-pitched or rhythmic note. It was just a lingering sound after the end of the song. It was like a mournful song played for the souls of the dead on the battlefield at dusk. It only brought about the lingering sounds of destruction. What it played was the meaningless noise left behind by the destruction of all things. It was the lingering sounds of destruction when the primal chaos was annihilated. Are they really overestimating themselves? Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. With a flick of her finger, another world was annihilated. It turned into endless energy and collapsed towards this world. The void had already changed. This place had become the destination of the whirlpool. Everything in the eight elements realm was being swept towards this place. He sent down a strand of divine sense and the whirlpool zither appeared beside him. This surprised him a little, but he didn't think too much about it. The whirlpool zither played softly. It contained a power that could turn something rotten into something magical. It floated in the void along with the melody. It carried a strong taste of reincarnation, as if the entire world had fallen into a reincarnation cycle. Prelude to Reincarnation. Yun Nuashing was very familiar with these two tunes. However, she was ultimately not a person who cultivated in music. It was already not bad that she could display 80% of the power of the two tunes. The two tunes didn't become strange when they mixed together. Instead, they fused together in a very peculiar way. The two tunes converged into a single tune. It floated and spread in the void with invisible wave. Boom! An enemy with an aura of death rushed in front of her and tried to pierce through her body with a palm. However, the moment the palm came into contact with the invisible waves, it shattered into ashes. Then, the entire body exploded with a puff. It dissipated into clouds and smoke and integrated into the incomparably huge energy. Yun Nuashing was silent as he watched him die. He sucked in a deep breath and looked at the flames that lit up the starry sky in all directions. Suddenly, there was movement in the most brilliant light, causing him to turn his gaze. He knew that the final moment had arrived. Then, he would be able to witness everything. Take this. This is the last roar we can let out. Go to hell, you bastard. It contained the violent energy of tens of millions of gods and heavenly gods. It carried the thought of charging forward regardless of anything. It was like the sun colliding with the moon. The energy of the two almost reached the same level in an instant. The white light ball trembled violently. Nothing could be seen. Yun Nuashing vaguely saw that there seemed to be someone inside. He gently pointed his finger. Boom! A brilliant ray of light, like the light of eternity, pierced through everything, pierced through the void of the entire primordial realm. The fiery light from the sacrifices of tens of millions of gods was as small as a firefly in front of it. How could a firefly compete with the bright moon? The shattered eternity, the shattering of concepts, the disappearance of karma, and the disappearance of rules. In the torn starry sky, only a brilliant light that shattered the entire era was left. Under that kind of power, everything in the heavens was destroyed. It was like a mockery. Everything was meaningless. The light of eternity pierced through the void in an instant and penetrated the entire primordial realm. It penetrated from the 8th primordial realm to the 1st primordial realm, creating a huge hole. When the brilliant eternal light descended, Yun Nuoshing slowly closed her eyes. The two zither beside her shattered. Her body also melted in the energy. She could not hold on for more than a moment. Is it a sorrowful wish? Or is it the remaining unwillingness? In the yin-yang sky, under the divine pattern tree, Xian suddenly opened her eyes. Her heart palpitated for no reason. She looked up. Mei Mao shrank back slightly. She said to Yuan Shi, "I think I know what you forgot. To be exact, I forgot." Ziyan's bitter voice caused Yuan Shi and the others to be stunned. They all turned their gazes and looked in the direction she was looking at. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air, causing their teeth to chatter. They almost fainted. Buzz! In the center of the divine pattern tree, where Yun Nuoshing was resting, a huge black energy ball suddenly appeared. The black energy formed a vortex in the space, dyeing the surrounding energy black. It revealed a violent aura that made people uneasy. In the black vortex there seemed to be a rhythm coming out. It was low and gentle, like a gently flowing river of magma. It seemed calm, but there were turbulent currents hidden. Nightmare! Yuan Shi's teeth were chattering. They had all seen it before. Yun Nuoshing, who was entangled in a nightmare, turned into a berserk state in his dream. It was as if he had brought the dream to reality, but he was unconscious. It was fine if he was dreaming, but his body was not obedient. "Although I don't know what you're talking about." Chu Yingzhan pointed at the black energy that was growing stronger and stronger. It dyed the divine pattern tree black. The power of the chaotic elements made her face pale. "Let's hide for a while." Ming's eyes flashed. She had heard about the eternal nightmare from Xian and the others, but this was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. The violent energy was not the key to causing the nightmare. The nightmare was born from the heart, and Yun Nuoshing was just a reaction from sleepwalking. "I'll go and pull my brother back." Ming's golden Mei Mao froze slightly, and she said calmly. Everyone was shocked because in the next moment, they saw Ming rush out. This girl's actions were much faster than they thought. She had only said that to notify them. However, the shock was not over. Before anyone could speak, a dark purple figure rushed out, causing everyone's shock to turn into horror. Buzz! However, just as Ming rushed in front of the black energy and was about to open the divine barrier and charge in with the chaotic elements, the chaotic energy whirlpool suddenly trembled. Then, it gradually shrank until it disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Even she was stunned. Xian hurriedly pulled her back. The aftershocks of the chaotic elements were still reverberating in the air. Even though this aura had the smell of Yun Nuoshing, it still made her feel very uncomfortable. As the energy vortex disappeared, the divine imprints that had spread out in the air also began to shrink. One after another, the mysterious divine imprints seemed to be folding and shrinking unceasingly. Yun Nuoshing, who was in the middle of the divine imprint tree, appeared in everyone's line of sight. His body was bent over, his hands hugging his knees. His rainbow-colored long hair swayed gently behind his back. That beautiful face of his was extremely calm and peaceful. There were no signs of him going berserk at all. The divine imprints that had retracted were like birds returning to their nests as they flew back to his body, once again covering his body. His eyes trembled slightly. A colorful light flashed across his eyes. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes in a daze. He looked as if he had just woken up and was still in a daze. He had just woken up from a dream. "Little star, you're awake?" Xian pulled Ming forward. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was gradually relaxing. She reached out her hand and casually pinched him a few times. A complicated light flashed across Yun Nuoxing's eyes. There seemed to be a lot of information flowing through his eyes, but they could not understand it. It seemed that he had encountered something again, and he should be somewhat sad. There was some sadness in his eyes. There was some vicissitudes of life, but there was also some majesty. He was like a god. His gaze was as deep as the stars. No one could see through him or understand him. The vicissitudes of life and the deep gaze only lasted for a while. When Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and opened them again, his colorful eyes had regained their liveliness. His diamond-shaped pupils flashed like gems. The familiar spiritual light made Xian and Ming heave a sigh of relief. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and slowly relaxed. He would bury that dream in the depths of his soul. It was a very scary dream. He felt that it was revealing something to him, but now was not the time to reveal it. When he looked up, he saw Xian and Ming standing in front of him. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. He reached out his hands to hold the two girls' faces and pinched them for a while. He said, "Don't worry. It's fine now." Then, he lowered his head to look at everyone. "Oh, you've all finished cultivating?" Yuan Shi staggered. A cross-shaped vein appeared on his forehead. "Oh my God! Don't you think you should explain something?" "Oh." Yun Nuoxing pondered. He looked up at the sky. After a while, he lowered his head and grinned. "We'll talk about it next time. Hey! Let's go. It's time to continue our journey. Next stop, Fu Hai City." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and laughed loudly. Chapter 959. Thousands of miles up in the sky, a crimson phoenix had a wingspan of 1,000 meters. The feathers on its tail were as dazzling as a blooming flower. The crimson aura and feathers danced in the air, and the spiritual fire descended from the sky like a sun. A blazing sun streaked across the sky, and when it passed by a human settlement, it would cause a commotion. The blazing sun flew across the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a meteor flashing by. However, the sparks falling from the sky let everyone know that it wasn't an illusion. A sun really did fly across the sky. A miracle! This is a miracle! The Li family just gave birth to a chubby boy, and he already caused a vision of heaven and earth. He's definitely a divine fetus. In fact, through the sun, a group of people could be seen sitting cross-legged or sitting on the phoenix's back. The sparks and feathers falling from the sky brought back the excited voices that sounded like they were drunk. The people on the phoenix's back were embarrassed and helpless when they heard the voices. "Who told you to change to such a flashy way of traveling? Now it's like a great fortune descending from the heavens when you go out. Foolish mortals would think that some god is flying over their heads." Those voices didn't stop for a while, and they were already sick of hearing them. Chu Yingzhan even thought that she heard no less than 1,000 kinds of prayers. It was as if the gods had sent down all kinds of visions when they were traveling. People mistook it for a great omen when in fact, it was just a group of people hurrying in the sky. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands innocently. Why did he suddenly stop using the Netherworld Ruin Sword and ride the phoenix instead? In fact, this wasn't Feng Er's transformation. Yun Nuoxing used the power that Feng Er had accumulated in his soul to transform into this form. It originated from the power of the phoenix, and that was why it had such an appearance and charm. That unlucky girl had been nestled in his soul as an egg for a long time. There was energy pouring out, and he had to release it before it burned his soul. In this regard, everyone could only sigh. Yun Nuoxing's body was like a world of its own, and anything could be released. Not far away from the crowd, a white six-tailed fox was chasing after a round ball that was about a foot in size. Unbeknownst to the crowd, these two little fellows had actually become familiar with each other. In the beginning, they didn't even get along. It was mainly because Xiao Xian had a strong sense of territory. When she saw that round thing jumping onto Yun Nuoxing's body, she was instantly enraged. She did not expect it to be so playful now. Most of the time, Xiao Xian was the one bullying it. For example, she used her 6 tails to slap it around like a ball. Sometimes, she would treat it like a piece of meat and bite it. This joyous scene made everyone lose the mood to cultivate. Now, other than you and Little Moon, who were still cultivating, hoping to reach the elementary god realm as soon as possible, the others didn't dare to cultivate at the same time. Profound arts and god techniques of divine grade and above, Yunhua Planet even joked that the next time, he would use his law domain to send them to the starry sky to cultivate. Did Xiao Xian find a partner? Chu Yingzhan chuckled as she grabbed Xiao Xian's tail and pulled it into her arms. Mei Mao shone brightly as she stroked its silky fur. Both of them are female. Are they lesbians? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Everyone was shocked. May I ask how you could tell that the ball is female? No matter what, I have a soul contract with 3 godly beasts. How can I not tell the difference from the aura of the ball's gender? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at them. Bing Er nodded in agreement. It's female. Yun Nuoxing scooped up the shivering little beast that was curled up on his lap and rubbed it in his arms. Then, he lifted it up by its tail with one hand and looked at it with a gaze as if he was looking at roasted meat. The latter was so shocked that it trembled even more violently. What exactly is this ball? Yuan Shi couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuoxing put the little thing, which had been scared half to death by them, on his head. Seeing its tail drooping down and sweeping across his face, he thought for a moment and changed the direction of its head and tail. Only then did Yun Nuoxing say, "What is it? Even you don't know?" Everyone was shocked. This was a divine realm expert. I think I know. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and stared at the little guy lying on her head. She lowered her head slightly and pondered for a long time. Just when everyone was about to fall asleep, Yun Nuoxing finally came back to her senses and said, "It should be an illusion beast." Everyone was shocked again. Then, Yuan Shi and Nightmare both waved their hands with a "you're joking" expression. Little Star is being silly. An illusion beast can't even be considered a divine beast. It's just an ordinary demonic beast. Ordinary illusion beasts don't have the bloodline of a divine beast, but this little guy's bloodline is at the divine beast level. Nightmare also nodded and added, if an illusion beast has a fortuitous encounter, it can evolve into a divine beast called an illusion beast. Divine beasts are called divine beasts. However, the latter two have almost never appeared. So this is a divine beast? Chu Yingzhan crawled over and poked the little guy on Yun Nuoxing's head. The little immortal in her arms was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but she held it tightly and couldn't break free. Then tell us, what's the most special about an illusion beast? Yun Nuoxing looked up. Yuan Shi shrugged and said, an illusion beast doesn't have an exact body. They can change into the appearance of a demonic beast or demonic beast, and then cultivate according to their race. However, they are very weak. They only have less than 60% of that race's original composition. In other words, no matter what demonic beast the illusion beast changes into, it will only obtain 60% of that demonic beast's strength, including its cultivation speed, lifespan, talent, and potential. Then, it will settle down and wait for its bloodline to evolve to the next stage. As for spirit beasts, they can choose to change into another demonic beast's appearance. The previous appearance will be nullified, and they will obtain 70% of their strength. Then, it will become a divine beast, and transcendent divine beast. Only when it becomes a transcendent divine beast can it activate the first 4 forms and obtain 100% of its strength. Is that right? Yuan Shi looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, That's right. Yun Nuoxing smiled happily. She took the small ball down from her head and held it in her hand. She said, But I'm not talking about the illusion beast that you know. Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan immediately became excited. She quickly sat up straight and said, "It's coming, it's coming. It's time for the secret of the ancient era to be revealed." Everyone also sat up straight and looked like they were all ears. "Come, get ready." Yun Nuoxing only laughed lightly at everyone's antics. He put the little beast back on his head and said, "Its race is called the illusion beast. It's not a divine beast, but it's a race of divine beasts. The characteristics of this race are similar to what Yuan Shi said. It's just that they can transform into any kind of demonic beast, and they can transform at any time. The transformed demonic beast also has the appearance of a divine beast. Their bloodline retains their own bloodline. It's not only 60% of the original bloodline, it's 120% of the original bloodline. It's even stronger than the original race's illusion beast." "So exaggerated?" Yuan Shi gritted his teeth. "Compared to the current illusion beast, it's like heaven and earth. It's exaggerated, but for other demonic beasts, once they become divine beasts, 80% of them will have a divine innate position. It's a divine innate position bestowed by the heavens. We'll talk about this later. It's equivalent to letting the divine beasts pass a huge hurdle when they successfully advance." Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and said, "It's the difference between being bare-handed and being fully armored." "Everyone, then. Illusion beasts don't have a divine innate position?" Xian asked. Yun Nuoxing nodded. "What they inherit from other demonic beasts doesn't include a divine innate position. If they want to obtain a divine innate position, they have to fight for it with their lives, inherit it, or cultivate their divine right to the extreme and ascend to their own divine innate position." "Well, the last one is very unstable. But that's already very powerful. They can transform into the appearance of other races at any time and obtain power that surpasses their original form." Nightmare smacked her lip. "Their cultivation speed is faster than normal people," Yun Nuoxing said again. "The lifespan of demonic beasts and magical beasts was much longer than that of humans. Therefore, their cultivation speed was slower. Moreover, they also needed to cultivate their bloodline. In the long run, the difference was unknown. Unless they transformed into human form, they could obtain the same cultivation speed. However, the difficulty of this was not small. Some demonic beasts and magical beasts had unique talents and could jump out of the shackles. Even if they did not transform into human form, they could obtain a cultivation speed that was not inferior to that of humans." Chu Yingzhan listened and suddenly said, "That's not right. Why haven't I heard of such a heaven-defying race?" Everyone finally reacted. If the illusion beasts were really as exaggerated as Yun Nuoxing said, then the entire realm of the gods should know about them. Why were there no records of them? Moreover, the name that was left behind was a race that sounded very weak. Although the two were somewhat similar, that was it. They didn't survive the great reincarnation of the era? Ming immediately guessed. This was also the fatal reason why many races and great forces couldn't be passed down. Yun Nuoxing shook her head, startling everyone. While they were stunned, she said something that made them sigh. In the middle of the high ancient era, they were exterminated by humans. There were no more than 149 of them. All of them were pure-blooded. None of them managed to escape. The forces that were on good terms with them and went to save them were either exterminated because they sensed that something was wrong. Yun Nuoxing stroked the small beast's soft fur and said indifferently, "The beast soul and crystal core of the illusion beasts are very special. Even the gods would be tempted." Well, when we heard about this, a month had already passed. It was difficult to save them. The initial appearance of the race was like what you see now. It looked like a cat, but it wasn't a cat. It had a bunch of flowers on its tail. Yun Nuoxing's calm voice reverberated in this place. Even the Shao Xian was stunned when it heard it. Its puffed-up hair unconsciously became much gentler. Its intelligence was very high, it could understand the former's words. At this moment, when it looked at the white little beast again, it could not help but become a little gentler. Even though the latter was still foolishly moving around in Yun Nuoshing's arms, it was completely unaware of what was happening. It's probably the last one. The illusion beasts are demonic beasts that live in group. They won't move alone. They usually travel in groups and cultivate together unless their partner dies. Since only one appeared, it didn't have any intention of returning to its clan. Or rather, it might have never had the concept of a race. Yun Nuoshing's eyes were filled with sorrow. She took out the Book of Epochs and waved it above Xiao Budian's head. A message was transmitted to his mind, allowing him to understand. Indeed, it was left behind from the high ancient era. It was the last one, and the last one that the race risked their lives to save. It was left behind in this era. However, how it was left behind is unclear. It has been awake for 2 years. It wandered from the extreme plain region to the Kuan-Yuan region. Everyone was silent. Xian stretched out her hand and gently stroked Xiao Budian's head. Mei Mao was slightly gloomy. The others also had different thoughts. I always feel that a lot of the news I've heard is about the human race doing something bad. Yuan Shi scratched his head. He had heard a lot about the high ancient era from Yun Nuoshing. The more he heard, the more he felt maggots. Yun Nuoshing said very calmly. Everyone was speechless. Little star, you're mocking everyone. Xian smiled bitterly. Everyone here was basically a human. I was born a human. How could it be my fault? Yuan Shi scratched his head and muttered. When I'm talking, seeing these things, and thinking about these things, I can only describe them as maggot. At other times, I don't care if the human race is human or not. I really want to say that the weak are prey to the strong. This is how life is, but, heh. Yun Nuoshing laughed inexplicably. Then, she raised her eyes and looked at Xian and the others. She lowered her eyelids and said softly, You're different. Everyone's body trembled, and their gazes became even more strange. Chu Yingzhan pushed him lightly in annoyance and said, Aren't you a human yourself? No, my life form has already begun to deviate slightly. When I retrieved the elements of chaos, the collapse of my life form had already begun. Although it will not change my life form, I can no longer be called a human. This is the only thing I can resist. Yun Nuoshing sighed faintly. Top. I've been a human for so many lifetimes. Although I've become a non-human being in the end, I've seen how dark and beautiful the world is. I've been a human for so many lifetimes. Now, I'm not a human anymore. Everyone facepalmed. Great, this guy had already separated himself from the rest and formed his own clan. What was this called? Star Race? Xian took the little white thing from Yun Nuoshing's hands and stroked it twice in his arms. He said softly, Little star, give it a name. Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. This is a very serious problem. Naming a pet wasn't his forte. Naming a pet was even more of a mystery. Woo. When the little guy heard this, he stood up excitedly. His body was really like a ball, and his head and torso were one piece. It made people wonder if he had a neck or not. At this moment, he raised his head, and his small eyes flashed. He looked at Yun Nua planet with hope, and then looked at everyone and excitedly called out, Ahem, change your body. It's just a little bigger. Change into a form that you like. Yun Nuoshing coughed softly. This little guy was too cute, chirp. The little thing tilted its head in a very human-like manner, as if it understood what Yun Nuoshing was saying. It struggled and jumped out of Xian's arms. Then, with a bang, a light flashed, and its body became blurry. Everyone could clearly see that its body was rapidly changing in the light. It became a more slender form, with 2 horns on its head, 4 claws under its body, a long tail, and a skeleton with a pair of wings on its back, a big winged lizard. Everyone knew what it had become without waiting for the light to dissipate. Buzz. When the light dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a little black dragon about a foot long. Its 2 golden eyes were very dazzling, and the 2 big horns on the side of its head were emitting a black aura. They were as deep as black holes, and even the light was sucked in. Looking at it seemed like even one's mind would be sucked in. Some black runes flickered on its back and membrane wings, faintly discernible. Black dragon, is this a black abyss dragon? Yun Nuashing said in surprise as she reached out and poked the 2 black holes on the little thing's horns. It still looks as cute as before, Xian and Ming muttered. Why don't we call it little thing? Yuan Shi clapped his hands and said excitedly. Yun Nuashing looked at him with a strange expression and exclaimed, although its body is so small, this thing's wingspan is at least 3 million feet long when it's enlarged. Are you sure you want to call it little thing? When they thought of the scene of the huge dragon spreading its wings and calling it little thing again, everyone's faces were covered in sweat. Forget it, forget it. After a while, little thing returned to its original appearance. Yun Nuashing placed the meaty ball on her head and said, why don't we call it little magic? Everyone was speechless and conflicted. Their expressions were sinister, and they felt that this name was the same as little things. It was full of all kinds of complaints, but they were too tired to complain. They could only sigh and forget it. Anyway, he was such a scam when he came up with names, so let him be. It was already good enough that he didn't call it little ball. Yun Nuashing also felt very helpless when she saw that the expression in little thing's eyes changed at least 7 times. She sighed and said, coming up with a name is really troublesome. Why don't you guys come up with one? Everyone looked at each other for a long time. After thinking for a long time, they realized that they didn't have any good ideas. Just as they were thinking hard, Yun Nuashing had already called it Little Magic, Little Magic. Little Thing also happily rolled around in front of them, as if it had tacitly agreed to this name. Speaking of which, how did Little Magic find its way here? Yuan Shi scratched his head. Xian and the others also shook their heads in confusion. Before this, they didn't know about such a little thing at all, nor had they heard of it. It came back with Yun Nuashing, but the latter didn't look for it either. The first-generation Kuan Yuan spiritual emperor tracked it down. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew a secret method and knew that little magic had a strong background. He chased it all the way into the Yinyang world. At that time, you guys broke through the barrier while cultivating, and the commotion attracted little magic. You know what happened next, Yun Nuashing said. It wasn't difficult to know this. They just needed to use the Book of the Era to look at the cause and effect. Everyone sighed speechlessly. Yes, later on, they directly fought with the younger generation of the Kuan Yuan region and the Demon Clan. The fight was earth-shattering, and more than 10 young Supreme Masters were killed. If it weren't for the divine patterns being removed, the special terrain of the Yinyang world wouldn't have been able to save the Kuan Yuan region. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.